Okay, welcome. Next meeting now is being live stream. You got it. Okay. Hello, everybody. Committee members and members of the community. This is the first time we've met live since the pandemic with members from the community.
Correct.
We've never had guests before.
Oh, okay.
So we're all part of the ongoing experiment of hybrid.
Well, welcome.
Welcome. Okay. This is something I want to bring to everybody's attention. Manhattan Community Board 4 has adopted a hybrid meeting policy, whereby we will meet both in person and virtually. All committee board member meetings will require an in-person forum. That's why we needed 7 people here. Okay, to conduct order and business. Now we have more than a quorum. Welcome, Ted. We have 8 now. Board members are expected to attend meetings in person unless they have a disability or an extraordinary circumstance as defined by the New York State Open Meetings Act. These committee members and members of the public will still be able to participate virtually. Committee members who are joining via Zoom must leave their cameras on. We encourage members of the public to join virtually. And we have limited capacities in the room, as you can see, for members of the public to be present. So I know you spoke with Nellie, and Nellie arranged at 5.
Is Nellie here?
No, Nellie is here, but virtually.
Okay.
Thank you, Nellie.
Okay, I got the list from Nellie before. We actually have 1 applicant here. And 4 neighbors. Okay. Tonight's meeting, as you know, is being recorded.
You tried.
Try just 1. Try 1.
Oh, yes, way better.
No, that's better.
Is that better?
No, the other.
The other one. The
I
one.
think then they can't see us, so, yeah, they can't really.
Oh, I can see it.
Yeah.
I can, but
Yeah, we're
I'm
good.
rented like it.
Otherwise, the other way is.
Yeah,
Hi.
okay. Okay, now, it's either one or the other. Okay, we have 9 members of the committee here. Very good, very good. We have a extensive agenda compared to the way we had it. For the last couple of meetings, we've only had like 6 or 7 items. This is actually more in tradition of the way we used to be pre-pandemic. 14 items on the agenda. First, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Bert Lazar, co-chair of the committee. And I'd like to have people who are first here introduce themselves, and then people from the committee who are here virtually. Okay?
Inge Chenko, member.
First, yes. Tederius, member. Greg Morris, member. Jesse Greenwald, member.
Candace Hewitt, member.
Christine Bertay, member. Wendy Gonzalez, member.
Tina Nelson, member.
And virtually.
I am Frank Halzubiak, the co-chair.
Mike Noble, member.
Carrie Keenan, member.
Okay. So that's who we are. And like to, our agenda, as I said, has 14 items. And the way we arrange it, they're arranged in categories. So the first category on the agenda are the applicants with alterations and class change applications. And so item number 1, 75 9th Avenue.
Yep. Bert, just a couple more preliminaries.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
As part of our hybrid meeting, These meetings are still being required to being streamed live on YouTube, and the video will also remain on YouTube for as far as we can tell. So keep that in mind in your comments and demeanor. The second thing is this committee only makes a recommendation on liquor licenses to the full board of Community Board 4, which will vote on our recommendation on October 4. But in turn, the full board only makes a recommendation to the state liquor authority. We have no power to grant or deny a liquor license. We only make recommendations. So anyone who wants to be heard on these views can directly communicate with the state liquor authority when they put these items on their agenda, because they're the ultimate decision maker.
We make recommendations, we have no authority, we have no last word. Okay, so item number 1 on our agenda is 75 9th Avenue. Do we have the applicants here? This is, again, a class change application from a Tavern Wine license to a full operational tavern license. Please, do I see, is that Joyce, that you the applicant? I see Joyce, you have your hand raised. Are you the applicant?
Yes,
Joyce Korn?
Stephen Applegate is the applicant.
yeah,
Okay. Okay, Stephen.
so I am one of the owners of Mayhem Sandwiches in Chelsea Market. We're applying for we have a beer wine license and we're trying to upgrade it to a full liquor license within the market, but it won't change our operating hours or days of the week or anything like that. We're next to a taco place that's very, very busy, and our clientele just tends to always ask us for margaritas. So the motivation behind this upgrade is to be able to serve the customers what they want.
Okay, you're no change your hours of operation, which are 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday. And Monday to Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the committee? Anybody from the community, Nellie? I saw that.
Been raised since the beginning of the board meeting started.
Anybody there?
The only person I have is Joyce.
I see
Oh, wait,
Joyce.
we should be clear. If you're participating virtually from the committee, please only raise your hand on a specific agenda item. So at this point, only people who want to speak on agenda item 1, 75 9th Avenue should raise their hand.
We have to assume this is on the first item, not we'll tell her.
Joyce, we see your hand is raised. Are you want to speak on the first item, 75 9th Avenue?
Oh, duh.
It's gone. Okay.
Motion.
Okay, is there a motion? And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Karen? Oh, sure.
Karen?
No, she was voting.
And those against? Those abstaining, and we have one present not eligible. Understood. Okay. Item number 2. Again, in the alteration of class change. 458 9th Avenue, the Wrecking Club LLC. Okay, they want to change their method of operation. They want to add live entertainment.
And did
And then menu meets the legal minimum food requirements, food prep, and a DJ. Am I correct, Christine? You said
Yeah.
DJ? Okay. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, Rosa Ruiz, representative for Wrecking Club, 458 9th Avenue.
We don't have the owner.
No, he's not, he's away this week. So it's just, it's just me today.
So I have one or two comments.
I'm sorry?
So, we have no one here, representing?
I can't really understand what you're saying. What?
Rose is that right?
Rosa, are you representing?
Yes.
Okay, so proceed, please. That's it.
Okay, you ready?
Yes, proceed, please.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what he's doing is, as far as the live entertainment that's being added, he's planning on adding maybe 1 to 2 live performers. Maybe once a week. It's not, anything that's completely set in stone. And it's going to be acoustic, blues, jazz, type of soft rock. It's still going to be played at a background level. The only reason for maybe considering amplified is if somebody brings in their guitar in order for them to play it, but it's not going to be amplified. And everything's going to be monitored. The DJ it's not going to be on any type of set basis. This is not that he wants to add it, that it's going to be every week or anything like that. It's going to be maybe maybe once to no more than 10 times a month. But again, that's going to be very rare. It's just to be able to have the ability to have it. And it's also going to be played at a background where you can still hold a conversation with everyone else. And then we're also I'm sorry?
Go ahead, continue.
Oh, okay. And then we're also converting one of his service bars into a stand-up bar.
From the committee, I see Frank has his hand up and 3 members here present. Okay, Frank?
Yeah, so Rosa, as you know, we often, with live performers and DJs, ask for a limitation on the maximum number of performers and ask you to cease live music and DJs sometimes earlier than your 2 a.m. closing.
That's fine.
Okay, what's the maximum number of performers you'd want?
Max is going to be probably 2.
Okay, I mean, you want to go to like 3 or 4 or something just to be safe?
Yeah, let's do 4 just to be safe.
Okay, and no later than midnight, say?
That's fine.
Okay, I mean, I'll put that out there for discussion, but just want to get out there before people start commenting. Thanks.
Yeah, because this live performance, he's not doing it to, for like bring a crowd or anything like that. It's just really just another form of entertainment sometimes.
All right, thanks. That's all I have.
Let's go around, start with Tina, then Christine, we'll go around the room.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up because in the last time we met, the applicant was supposed to take steps to improve soundproofing.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, but you're coming in. You're not coming in very clear.
Not too loud. The speaker is here, so you have to speak louder.
Okay. Oh, no, that's better. That's better because before it was too loud.
Okay. The last time we met, you were going to take steps to improve soundproofing between neighboring businesses. So I wanted to follow up and see what steps you've taken since the last time we met.
Yes. So, he did install. I apologize for that. My phone started ringing. So he has installed a little bit more additional soundproofing. He's also been in constant communication with his neighbors. And his neighbors has said that it's no longer disturbing them. And he's also purchased a sound decibel meter just to make sure that it never goes to disturb anyone.
Your neighbors, you posted telling them about this meeting today?
I'm sorry?
did you post any notice about this meeting tonight?
Yes, we posted the notice, but what was the last part you were asking?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Can you just discuss the outreach that you did, Rosa, to the community, the neighbors? What
Yes.
kind of outreach did you do?
Okay, so we posted all the notices, and then I also sent an email out to all of the block associations. And then he was also speaking directly with his neighbors next door to him.
Okay, thank you,
Surrounding him.
Rosa.
You're welcome.
Christine?
Was talking about outreach, I didn't receive any notification, and West 36th Street, which is just at the corner, didn't receive any notification, so that is interesting, let's put it this way.
Well, I had emailed everyone on the list. I just have everyone grouped together. I know that I received a couple of bounce backs from emails that wasn't delivered. But I just copy and paste the email notifications that supplied by the community board.
So I think, first of all, I think something, I mean, with the DJ, it's a different animal. And I think we need to have we should have a sound, report. And what level the DJ and all this system should be at before, with the limits there. The second thing is that, the last time we had this applicant, we had a problem with this open dining. And it took us like 5 times before he admitted, and he didn't even admit that he had a problem. He just kind of carry on and trying to negotiate with that. So I have no confidence that this applicant is going to be easy to, control once the music is put in. So I think we need to put everything up front on that. And finally, is every night, the door is wide open with the noise coming out from inside. And he has red ropes in the sidewalk, which are coming all the way in the middle of the sidewalk. So I don't think that should be this way.
So you would suggest door always closed?
Door, well, this is already what his stipulations say, but he's not respecting them. So yes, doors are always closed, no stanchion on the sidewalk at all. I would want to see a sound report and an advice on what is the level at which all this new music is going to go. And with a text above in the neighbors. I mean, talking constantly to the neighbors is not a policy. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay. Nellie, if we were to ask for a sound report, when would you need it by? Nellie? Over the phone. Candace?
That was my question as well, was about the sound report. And I was actually in the restaurant on Saturday next door and I could still hear. And they said that, no, it's still a bother. They still hear it every day. So.
Fair enough.
Okay, yeah, I saw somebody over here on this end, got a hand raised, no?
I just have one clarification.
Go ahead.
So Rosa, the form states that it's DJ checked off, but from the description of the music, it sounded like if light amplification is necessary, but it's acoustic, it's soft. So just curious about the DJ piece.
She said that, she did. She said not all of them, but some, yes.
Also, the layout and the drawing, they said that they were gonna convert the backspace into seating and the plan isn't updated.
No, hold on.
The one that I have says the throwing room in the back, so I'm just curious what that's gonna look like.
Hold on 1 second. Let me bring up the diagram so I can see what you're referring to.
6 days.
I think it's page 16 on the PDF that you sent to the community board.
No, so this diagram that was submitted is the updated diagram because we had removed the wrecking room from the rear. So that's no longer there, which is why those tables and so that's been completely removed. And there is no outdoor dining whatsoever.
There's nothing in the back.
No, the
Yes.
only thing that's back there is the bar goes towards the back. Because before the wrecking room, you used to have to go down a corridor. So there was never any tables or chairs back there whatsoever. And then that room is not being used anymore. So the number of tables and chairs that you have are the current and updated all of the tables and chairs.
So we need an updated drawing, right?
Okay, did you hear that, Rosa? We would like an updated drawing,
Okay,
okay? And
no problem.
the new sound report we're requesting, working back from the full board meeting, which is October 4th, 6 business days before that would mean Tuesday the 26th, we would need the full report. Right.
And by the report, we need from an approved, New York City approved.
Yes,
Position, and then which says what should be done to the ceiling and the walls, and what kind of level of music level control we should have on the sound.
On neighboring apartments and businesses.
Yes,
mhm,
and then no stanchion and closed doors.
okay. Any additional comments from committee members? I see we have somebody
Yeah.
in the community has a
Yeah.
hand raised.
Yeah, Bert, what date did you say? For the,
Tuesday the 26th.
okay,
6
thanks.
business days before October 4th.
Yep, thanks.
So I just had a question, the sidewalk shed they did remove, because the last time they said there, but it took a long time.
Well, they kept saying,
Yeah.
it was okay, but
Right.
it was not.
Right. I don't know that the hours, I mean, we need to talk about the hours, definitely, the
That's what we
music.
had before. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you say live music and it's gonna be acoustic, but if you add an amp, then it's no longer acoustic. It's
No, and
amplified.
yes, and that's what I was discussing with him, because I was explaining, what the difference between acoustic and amplified is. It's not amplified where it's gonna be loud, it's
Yeah, an amplifier is amplified, period.
yeah,
So
no,
it
I
doesn't
understand,
matter.
but it's really
So-
just so if somebody brought in their guitar and they
Right.
needed, that's what it's for.
Right, but it's amplified, because it's an
Yeah.
amplifier.
I think it's a good idea to start at midnight and then see how.
Should stop at midnight, but I think Sundays, they should stop sooner. It's a Sunday night. Give people a break. I would even say Sunday, Monday, just so people have an earlier break. Since
What
they're
time would you suggest?
10 o'clock on Sundays, Sunday, Monday. And see how they are. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, that's
Do
good.
you have a reaction to that, Rosa?
Yeah, again, I'm sure he's gonna be fine with it because he's not looking to, he's not looking to bother anyone.
Okay, thank you. I see Brian Weber has his hand up. Nellie,
Yes, I'll bring him over.
thank you. Okay, Brian,
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bert. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, committee. Yes, I am the co-chair of the West 36th Street Block Association. I just want to note that we did not receive any email notice. I do receive notices from other applicants throughout the community, but for some reason, we were missed on this one. Nevertheless, I would like to say that we do appreciate that the bar did remove the sidewalk shed. I know there were some issues with that in the last go around, so thank you for that. But Christine does raise, and the board has raised some other concerns with your applicant. One is the door is typically opened. Two is that for a while they were setting up a mannequin on the sidewalk with a barcode on it, asking attendees to scan the QR code and submit their ID in advance or something like that. It was a cute thing, but again, we had very limited room on that sidewalk. And I don't think that they should have the stanchion ropes out into the sidewalk or the mannequin. So it's a request that they remove that and that they keep the door closed during business hours. Also, I just want to echo the concerns about the hours of music, whereas I could appreciate music going until midnight on a weekend, Friday and Saturday. Midnight is too late across the board. So I defer to the wisdom of this committee on appropriate hours, but just to remind everyone, the bar is flanked by residential buildings on both sides. And then I would also just say that there's a lot of vague details in this application. I am not getting a clear understanding from the applicant what their DJ entails. Will there be queues outside? Will there be something to disperse crowds after people attend for these performances? So these are questions that I hope we can answer and not have to deal with down the road.
I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay.
Okay.
And then one
So-
last question for you also, because I did not see the new revised blueprint. I just want to understand the wrecking room or the throwing room has been removed and the bar is no longer offering that. Is that correct?
Yes, so the rec
Okay.
room has been removed entirely.
Okay,
As
that's
far
smart.
yeah. So as far as the DJ goes, again, this isn't where he's going to have it on a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's really for if somebody has an event or not an event. Let's suppose somebody wanted to do a corporate event or a birthday party. It's really just to control the music that is not coming from the iPod. It's still going to be played at that same level as if an iPod was being played.
So
And
I
it's
guess
not-
the
And it's
request
not
is,
to have a line outside. It's not for a nightclub. It's really just to control the music.
so I guess the request would be that we limit the hours that a DJ could play similar to the hours that the live musicians could play. And also, if you could clarify, will they be hosting events for outside promoters?
No.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, what is your email address? Because I want to look it up to make sure it was typed in.
It's mine is brianscottweber@gmail.com.
Brian Scott Weber. Okay. At Gmail. Okay.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional people from the community now who have their hands raised up?
Yes.
I see Carrie has your hand raised from the committee.
Yeah, just really quick, it does sound like there are a number of people in the community who did not get your email. So I would encourage you to please resend that out and, make sure you're using the list that Nellie gives you before the
I
full
do.
board.
It's
You
been
don't want a
saved-
bunch of people showing up, saying they didn't know and
No, I understand. No,
Yeah.
I completely understand, but I literally had that email list where I just copy and paste it. I don't hand type it in or anything. So that's why I want to go back and look. And I'm wondering if maybe my email address was for whatever reason sent in somebody's spam folder, which happens sometimes.
sure. Thank you for checking that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional people from the community now?
No, there's no one else.
Okay. Do I hear a resolution?
Yeah,
That
Bert,
we.
why don't you let me summarize the additional
Oh.
steps?
I hope this is the same summary as we do.
Yep, live performers will be limited to 4 performers at any one time. Live performances and DJ will end no later than midnight on Tuesday to Saturday and 10 p.m. Sunday and Monday. Applicant will submit a revised floor plan and an acoustical report from an NYC-approved acoustician to the MCB4 office no later than September 26th. Applicant agrees to implement all recommendations of the acoustic report and will reiterate a couple of steps they've already agreed to. There'll be no stanchions or other obstructions placed on sidewalk, and doors and windows will be closed at all time. And there will be no announced performance times for live music or DJs.
And no outside promoters.
Right.
No,
which-
no.
Yeah, something they've already agreed to. We can repeat that.
Is it closed?
I said no
No,
outside
no, no,
promoters.
closed door?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
no,
Closed
no,
door,
no
closed window.
stanchions.
And no stanchions included. Frank got it, everything, just about.
Can I ask you a question? How does the board feel about hearing from the 36th Street Block Association that midnight is too late on weekdays?
Yeah.
Cause I think that I would be more comfortable with 10 o'clock and 12 on Friday, Saturday night,
Great.
knowing that they didn't get notice and that's what they're asking for.
So yes, Ted, just suggesting Friday and Saturday midnight.
And the rest of the week 10 for the consideration of the neighbors not knowing if they're gonna do this out thing.
Rosa, were you able to hear that?
That's good.
Rosa, were you able to hear that?
I was catching, like some of your microphones are really good and some of them, are a little too close. I'm catching every other word.
The suggestion,
something-
Rosa, is that live performances and DJs end no later than midnight on Friday and Saturday and 10 p.m. on the other days of the week, Sunday to Thursday.
I think 10 o'clock is a little too early, for a live performer at 10 o'clock on a Thursday. I'm pretty.
How about Thursday to Sunday midnight and Sunday to Wednesday 10 o'clock?
Okay, I'll let him know.
Thursday to Saturday, Frank.
Ted, are you okay with that?
Yeah, fine.
Thursday to Saturday. Midnight, okay.
If they don't like it, we're gonna hear one full board, then everyone shuts up.
So we have Thursday to Saturday, midnight, Sunday to Wednesday, 10 p.m.
Okay,
Good.
okay. And then the
Yeah.
other, and that, just so we're clear, as long as it's the background music, it's whatever he's already had with every other stipulation as far as background music goes.
As long as it keeps the doors and windows closed.
Yes.
I'd like to
Okay,
make
you want-
a motion to
Okay, good.
approve the
Yes.
stipulations or
Is there a
recommend
second?
approval.
Second,
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstaining, President not eligible. Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you. I have another one, so I'll still be on.
Okay, so we'll see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Item number 3, moving along on the agenda. I'd like people to be aware at 7 o'clock, 496 9th Avenue, SB Tavern. So also the identity on alteration. They have hours of operation of 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week. Okay, is the applicant here?
That's the fruit.
They want
They just want to extend their.
They want to
space.
physically extend their license with.
There's a second
They want to extend
Yeah.
their area over which their license operates to the adjacent storefront. Everything else is the same. The applicant?
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Frank is on the waiting room. He's on his cell phone, so we need to let him in.
Nellie?
What are the last digits of his number?
6585.
Okay. I cannot move him as a panelist. I can only allow him to talk.
All right, can you,
I've given him permission to talk.
okay, cool. Frank, can you hear me? Hello?
Frank, you can unmute yourself.
This is amazing. Do you have anyone from the community?
Elliot, why don't you tell him how to unmute himself on the phone?
No, Nelly has. Okay, she's the host.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, because I don't remember if it's *6.
Yeah. Reclaim house with that.
Nelly, it's *6.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Frank, you have to hit *6 on your phone.
It's he's on the phone, so he has to unmute. Aaron, could you start?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I'm somewhat confident that Frank is listening in. So shall we?
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. We are Steak Frites Restaurant. My partner Steph is having a hard time logging in as well to the Zoom on the link that he has, but here we are. I'm here, and Frank is standing by. And we would like to extend our privilege with the space next door, and so that's what we're here asking for, that privilege.
And your method of operation remains the same.
Yeah, that's correct. And there is something that I'd like to kind of like have a discussion with Christine about in regard to our outdoor dining area. It's something that we had talked about, and I want to just kind of bring this up and get in front of it and say that we did put that enclosure dining area in the front through the winter last year. We did that through the open streets, and that was our mistake, thinking that was a something that we could do, and we don't intend to do that again. We do intend to have outdoor seating when the weather is lovely out. We do intend to put planters and stick to the same thing. So I did want to address that. Christine did reach out to me about that, and I told her that it is not enclosed any longer.
Well, Adam,
And-
let's back up a little, because I very clearly remember when you, and by the way, we're happy your restaurant seems to be doing well. But when you came with the outdoor seating, we pointed out that sidewalk is very crowded and very narrow. And you said you just wanted to put out 4 tables, more for sort of just to let people know you were there and it wouldn't obstruct the sidewalk. And that, quite frankly, massive enclosure was, to me, very contrary to I thought, the spirit of what you'd agreed. And if you're talking about things like planters, that's not going to fly. I mean, you can have the 4 tables or whatever we said originally, but no dividers, sorry. It's just really crowded there. And I walk that block a lot, as does Christine, and it's really become an obstruction.
I hear you. And the enclosure, we built the enclosure to the standard of the guidelines from Open Streets, which has nothing to do with this conversation. I'm just saying how we got to that, and that isn't going to happen again. And so
and just so we're clear, you can only have under open restaurants what you've been approved for, originally. No one is getting further approvals under the temporary open restaurants program until it becomes permanent. So you can't have any outdoor seating under the new space. You can only have outdoor seating around your existing location, correct?
Well, I'm not going to debate it. I'm just going to tell you how I understand that if we've got permission from landlord, and it doesn't interfere that we're entitled to go past our property. And that's why, in fact, we did that.
Now, in terms of open restaurants, and Christine can speak to this because she clarified it with the Department of Transportation today. Because of the court injunction, they cannot improve any new outdoor seating under temporary open restaurants. Everyone has to wait until the permanent regulations are set, which everyone anticipates will be in spring 2024. So you can have what you have as of now, but you can't expand it.
Let me explain add to the explanation. So in your application, you had 8, 4, and 8, 8 seats and 4 tables. And now you're saying you're going to have 10 tables and 20 seats. And that is not permitted now. You cannot expand the number of table and chairs because of the judge injunction. So, however, I've seen what you are doing. If you want to take your 4 table and 8 chairs and expand and put it against the wall in front of the next building, I guess that's fine. But it's a little on the not 100% fine, but.
So can you, Christine, thank you. Can you clarify that? So you're saying that we can do the same seating scheme in front of 498 as we have as 496?
No. You
No,
cannot do anything in front of 498.
Not until the new regulations, even though we already have existing open street privilege?
I did
Because pardon me, we did file and we do have permission as of when we opened last year. That was one of the first things I do. So I want to make sure that what we have doesn't give us the privilege to extend to 498 with landlords say so, because that's part of the original thing that we signed up for.
Well, what did you file with DOT? That's what you have approval of. How many seats and tables?
We have I got to tell you, it would only be for the property that we have, because at that time that was that's all that we had.
Right, and that's what you have approval for, and it's not personal to you. No one is getting approval for anything more under open restaurants as of mid-August.
Hello, how are you, everybody?
Hi, Craig.
Adam, that's actually correct. When the program ended, the new program was held up by a judge. So we are stuck with what we have for now anyway.
Okay.
Until they
I appreciate that. And we like I said, we didn't intend to trample on anything. We thought we were operating under the open streets. I've been for the last 5 years operating restaurants downtown in different areas. And so I did the same thing. I apologize for that.
Okay, so that being clear, I know that recently you have moved your furniture and it's very much appreciated. And by the way, your restaurant is well liked in the neighborhood, so it's a very good addition to the neighborhood. So just make sure that you continue to keep 8 feet from any obstruction, and that your A-frame is within the perimeter of the cafe, so it doesn't take any more space, and the whole thing is not enclosed, and that's.
I gotcha.
That's it.
So
Okay.
and I have to say something and ask your guys' most humble mistake. I made a very big mistake at the very beginning, and we did sign a stipulation for no storm shed, and I'm really asking for a permission to do something that's very small. I see your head shaking, just because it's so freezing cold in that restaurant. And when that door opens up, we would ask you to do something that is so unregular, but we don't want an enclosed seating. We never wanted enclosed seating. We really wanted to keep it nice. And so
Each restaurant, you have plenty of room inside to make a vestibule inside the restaurant, and a lot of people do that. They install the enclosure that you're talking about inside the restaurant. And you have the space to do that.
And Christine, they can have the 18-inch storm enclosure, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What,
The 18.
oh, Todd, what's
that's-
an 18-inch storm enclosure? Because our
That's
space, the way that has it, there's about, we have like a small step back that's like 2 steps up from the sidewalk into the restaurant. And there's like kind of a cut, like there's like a cutout there. And so if we were to put something that was big enough, and like we would even be able to do it so the door swing could go not into the sidewalk. It would go either door swing north or door swing south, so it doesn't door swing west into the traffic.
It only go 18 inches
Out from the building, so it's not enough for a door.
18 inches from the property.
And then the door swing can then swing out into the sidewalk?
Yeah, but that's we don't want that, so you could have one that's 18 inches from your building out. And then the door would swing on the sidewalk, but that's what the residents would not like.
but it's in the cafe, so.
Yeah, the doors in the back.
Oh, so it's in your cafe,
Right.
so,
Right. But so 18 inches from your wall to the outside of the vestibule, that's the rule.
Okay,
That's
and then
the
is there a rule for the width of the door? Because that would create the door swing. So I mean, we would go with as a narrow door as possible.
No, 3 feet, a normal door.
Okay, so it's 36-inch door, so that'll come out 18 inches plus 36 into the
No,
sidewalk.
the door is parallel to the front of your building.
But he's saying when somebody opened the door, that's what happened.
Correct.
When
Yeah, that's the
somebody-
swing of the door. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if as a condition for the neighborhood, it may be a better condition to have the door swing north and south. So if people are walking by, the door does not hit them when it comes out.
No, because then it would be wider into the sidewalk permanently. No. That's why we have 18 inches.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I think you
18
can
inches
talk,
really
you can
fast.
talk to your architect and, you know, it's 18 inches. And you guys can decide how to do it, but everybody knows how to do it. It's 18 inches from the wall. That's it.
That's actually, that's absolutely fine. As
Okay.
long as we have a way to mitigate the cold air coming into the restaurant. That's what we're most concerned. That's what this is about.
But by the way, you have the space to do it inside your
So
restaurant.
we should reconsider where
You
you want
should
to.
think about it.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to, if there's no other discussion, and nobody from the community now, I would entertain a motion.
So.
Or just to summarize, so the outdoor seating is limited to what they had, 4 tables and 8 seats. And then we have additional steps that sidewalk seating will not be enclosed in any way. And any storm enclosures shall extend no further than 18 inches from the building facade.
Agreed.
And the A-frame would be within the cafe.
I know that you, Christine, can attest to that the A-frame has been living inside since you sent me the email.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion then, that includes all that?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we got 2 seconds, 3 seconds, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? Abstaining, present not eligible. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your support.
Now we're moving on to our next category, which are the new wine, beer, and cider license applications. The first one we have here is 2511 Avenue. That's in the Pier 57 market.
Yeah, hi Bert, hi everybody.
Donald, welcome.
Thank you. This and my client Christine Whalen is here also. This is another beer and wine application at Pier 57. My office has done about 6 of these so far, so this is another entry into that space. Christine is a 3rd generation of the Sahadi family that first came to New York in the 1890s, opening in Manhattan, and now they have a number of locations, including in Industry City in Brooklyn. So they'll be taking over one of the kiosks for a space that has some, is a food hall with a number of providers. The hours are until 10 p.m., although they usually close earlier than that. And it's pretty much the same as what you've heard in all the prior applications.
Okay. Yes, from the committee, questions, comments?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused about that page 3 of 10. Because you have all the kiosks there and the community, I mean, which one are we approving?
What page are you looking at?
3 of 10.
Oh, yes, it's kiosk 16. It's kiosk 16.
You're 16.
Okay, and so you don't have any numbers here, but in the drawing down there, you have the numbers of people. You know, so it's, I don't know I don't know how to follow them.
It's, I think the numbers we gave you are for the total seating in the food hall. At our kiosk, we'll have 40 stools. But the seating in the food hall, of course, is, I think it's about 1,100.
Right, so shouldn't we have 40 stools there in kiosk 16 and
What page?
Still the page 3 of 10, right?
I think they have it on
We have it on the front. It
On-
says tables 37, seats 231.
No,
That's not
I
that.
think she's saying around the bar area, there's
Yeah.
40,
well,
right?
but there's also tables. Do you see the map with the red? You see it?
Yeah.
But the tables are coming from the old
The outside from.
food, right? Where they have their own, too.
Good evening.
Christine, maybe clarify, because I see
Yeah.
we have 20 seats at the bar.
Good
Yeah.
evening. You have
Yeah.
dedicated seating is basically L-shaped around the outside of the kiosk on the window side.
Yeah.
And curling up around in between, I don't know which numbers, I don't have the map in front of me. So there's only gonna be, I think there's actually gonna be 15 seats. They slated for 20, but the chairs are slightly big and I think they might be too tight. So
Right.
that's gonna be dedicated seating. The rest of it is just food hall seating. People can just go and sit at common tables or in what I call the living room area. But for this kiosk is only going to be 15 seats.
Yeah, so I was wrong when I said 40, but I meant to say 20, which is in the application, and now Christina's saying it should be.
20.
Yeah.
There's one bar, 20 seats.
Right, exactly, that's it.
Okay. So we clarify that. Any other questions from committee members, comments? Okay, anybody from the community now?
No, there's no one.
Any motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, present not eligible, abstained. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Christine.
okay, item number 5. 124 7th Avenue. Okay, hours of operation, 11 to 12, 7 days a week. Capacity 74 with 7 tables, 32 seats. Service only bar of 1. Okay, the applicant. Mike, you're representing the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Okay, it's a restaurant one application for M1 BFG LLC, doing business as Terra Mediterranean, located at 124 7th Avenue. They've been open and operating since June of 2023. Le Pain, quote to the end, had a restaurant wine license there from September of 2007 to 2020. We're a full service Mediterranean restaurant, like you said, 11 a.m., 12 a.m., 7 days a week, 7 tables inside with 32 seats and a service bar. There are 4 tables, 12 seats on the sidewalk, which is 20 feet in width, and 4 tables with 16 seats in the sidewalk shed. Both are existing under the open restaurant seating program. There is background music only. The owners also operate a fine dining catering company in Israel that has been open for 12 years. Shannon, the other owner, also has 16 years of experience in New York City. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, Mike, did this applicant file with DOT for open restaurant seating before the injunction?
Yes, because I
This
was telling them,
applicant, not this location. This particular client.
yes,
So Terra Mediterranean or M1 BFG has open seating now,
yes,
approved.
yes, because I was telling them they couldn't have it, and then they told me they filed for it in June.
Okay.
I'll-
Yeah, wait, Mike, they filed for it, but was it approved before the judge said stop?
From what I understand, yes. Once you file for it, it basically is approved in a couple of minutes.
But wait, if you, right now, this is attached to your permit for food permit for this restaurant, right? So you can't have a food permit for this restaurant if you didn't own it yet.
Is Shannon on? Did Shannon raise her hand? She could probably answer the question better. Shannon? Or Ronnie?
No,
Ronnie Caspry, Shannon Hicks.
there's Ronnie. Ronnie is here.
Can you hear me? This is Shannon as well.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Yes, hi. I filed back in June when we first opened and they sent us, I filed for sidewalk and roadway and they approved us and we have the approval sheet tacked up on our corkboard in the office.
Okay. And so you are already open, that's what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we opened on June 28th.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, thanks for the explanation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any additional comments, questions? No, from the community?
Yeah, sorry, Michael, I think we need better floor plans for the outdoor seating because it doesn't show any of the obstructions or the width of the sidewalk or anything.
Okay, I can get that
You
to you
get us
tomorrow.
that by September 26th?
Sure,
Okay.
I'll get it to you sooner than that.
I believe they have like planters outside their sidewalk cafe. I don't know. if
Yes,
that
we have
is-
two
Yes.
planters.
Right, is that in your section or is that in the 8-foot section that you need to keep open?
That is in our section.
Okay.
It's very, very, very tiny because before we open, they put scaffolding above
Right.
our building. So we're not going outside of we're not even going into 8 feet space
Okay.
that we're allowed.
And from what I see in the photo, they're coming out about 4 feet with the planter.
Yes.
Okay,
Motion to approve?
second.
Second.
All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? Person not eligible? Abstaining, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6.
Seven.
No, 6.
I hope it's.
We're still on 7th Avenue, 167th Avenue.
Yes,
And here we have a live applicant.
I did not realize that I was gonna be the first live applicant since the pandemic. I'm very honored. I'm here on behalf of the Sleeping Cat, the owner, the one you saw. The Sleeping Cat is going to be a new bakery / cafe. We are focused on classic baked goods. Our motto is comfort baked. We really, our vision is to be an oasis of calm and comfort, a little bit of a respite from the din of daily life. Our primary beverages obviously will be coffee, tea, that sort of thing, but we do want to offer a curated selection of alcoholic beverages for people who want a refreshing cider with their sandwich or an Italian pasito with their strawberry shortcake. And so that's why we're here today to apply for this beer, wine, cider license. But, you know, I'm here to help assure the community that we're not looking to be a big noise maker in the neighborhood and things like that. I myself am a nearly 20-year resident of the neighborhood and being a good neighbor is very important to us.
Okay, and you're 11 o'clock, 7 days a week, so then,
That's correct, yes.
okay. Questions, comments from the committee?
Carrie.
Terry?
Thanks. I just have a question, and maybe it's for you and maybe it's for the committee, just because I don't know. And I love that I learn something every meeting. But the idea that patrons can bring their own alcoholic beverages to the table with no waiter service, is that a concern to us? That I don't feel like I've ever seen that.
I don't think that's legal.
Yeah.
So
It's not legal.
the new open restaurants program, as I understand it, don't have one with me. My understanding is the new open restaurants program did consider including that requirement, and they decided not to include that requirement.
I don't think that the SLA has that allowed to bring in.
But yeah, it's an SLA issue. It's not an
Sorry.
open restaurant.
Sorry, I just didn't hear your answer. You said that the open restaurants law is saying that it's not necessary to have a wait staff serve
Right,
alcohol?
There is no current open restaurant law. There's nothing.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we cannot refer to that in any way because
Okay.
it doesn't.
I apologize. The law that was passed by the city council and is currently on injunction. My understanding of the history of that is that it dispensed with that requirement. The SLA, as I understand it, is on hiatus. The SLA is not doing any applications or anything else, and it's all under open investment.
But the law is not enacted yet because
That's
it's not
right.
rules.
It is not.
So, no, it doesn't have rules. So if you keep saying, the law, which is this, there's no law, there's nothing. There's no program right now. Zero.
Let me clarify. We absolutely will comply with the law, whatever it turns out to be. I can 100% guarantee that. We have applied for a sidewalk to tell the committee what our intentions are. We cannot apply for a license. The SLA for the open restaurants is shut down, right? The SLA is not taking applications. Right. We have no ability to open a sidewalk at this time. We intend to, and we want to let you guys know in the spirit of transparency, that we intend to apply for that license as soon as it becomes available.
We'll probably be able to
So-
hear from them.
But you'll have to come back here in order
Yeah.
to get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aware of that.
So I would like to ask for a stipulation, Frank and Bert, that, that be changed on the application to there will not be, I guess, alcohol outside unless you have wait staff serving it.
No, I think we need to go further. I think we cannot approve outdoor seating because we don't know what the new parameters are until the new regulations are set. So I think the only thing we should be considering is an indoor license. And we would ask the applicant to just withdraw the request for outdoor seating until, the regulations are set and they come back to us.
Okay.
Right, what I heard the applicant say was, he's aware of this, and he knows he's not getting any license for the.
But we need
For
to
the
say
alcohol.
in the stipulations, we need to say remove.
To the applicant, are you okay with our only voting on indoor seating at this point, and you'll remove outdoor seating from your application?
I think they froze, Frank.
Yeah.
I don't know if the room can hear us, but the video is frozen.
Right, but you and I can hear each other, so it's not.
Yeah. I agree with you, for the record.
Nellie, do we know what's going on?
No, I do not know what's happening in the office right now. Hold on 1 second. Let me call Bert in the office. Oh, we lost them in the office. Give me 1 second, everyone.
They may just be trying to dial back in and hope it
Yeah.
works.
So let's just put aside the outdoor, put aside the open street seating. it's not legal, right? To have people serve themselves?
No, our
Yeah.
understanding of pre-pandemic rules was
Yeah.
that you needed waiter service
Right.
at outdoor seating. According to the SLA. Now,
Right.
the city tried to suspend that during open restaurants, but they could only speak to the city regulations and not the state regulations. But
Okay.
any temporary open restaurants is over. So we
Right.
just have to see what the new rules are gonna be.
Laws are, yeah, okay. Thank you. By the way, Frank, you look like you're on a ferry.
I'm on Fire Island,
Nice.
Oh, Frank, hold on.
but the connection to the water is such that it looks like I'm floating somewhere.
It does, it does.
So I guess I'm on. Can anyone hear me?
No, we have lost communication with the main meeting room, so we're trying to get that reestablished.
But can you hear me, Frank?
I can, but most of the people are at the CB4 office, so we're waiting.
This is off the record. I was curious about the setting the whole time, and it's beautiful. Now I know where you are, and
All right.
that was very funny with the two
Okay.
of you saying one was on.
All right,
But
it looks like we have the office back.
I think we're back.
I'll shut off then.
Bert,
Bert
Can
and
you
I, can you,
mute?
can you hear us now? I think you're muted in the office.
Yes, you guys are muted.
They may be frozen again, too.
We're pretty good now.
Okay, all right. So the proposal was that the applicant eliminate outdoor seating from the present application and allow us to vote to recommend only on the indoor portion of the operations. And is the applicant okay with that?
Yes, that's perfectly fine. Okay. Motion, second.
All those in favor?
We didn't ask for the public.
Okay.
Michael?
Aye.
Okay. Were there any?
Wait, we still have some people from the community? Vanessa?
Yes, we have members of the public that raise their hands.
Or 167?
I want to assume yes, but we need to ask. The one and anyone that's raised their hand, do they want to speak on 167th Avenue? Keep your hands up if you do.
And put them down if you don't.
One down. This one.
Okay.
Okay.
There's 3 hands still up. First
them all
one
up.
is Georgia. Second is David.
Hello.
Hi, Georgia.
Hi, Georgia Verveniotis. I'm a shareholder at the Kensington House, which sits above 167th Avenue. It's the residential portion. The co-op does not own the retail space. And I want to discuss the situation among
7th Avenue West Side between 19th and 20th Street, that every establishment next to this so-called bakery, okay, is a wine bar, a restaurant that serves beer and alcohol, a speakeasy club, and a pizzeria that's yet to be opened, and a deli, that all have some sort of outdoor presence on our sidewalk, which also has a bus stop, subway grates, and it is very congested. And besides Elmo Restaurant, the other storefronts do not maintain the sidewalk as opposed to garbage, leftover bottles. They leave their tables outside. So during the evening, there's like empty beer bottles hanging out on the tables. They don't take their stuff in. And adding another so-called bakery, okay, who thinks that people want wine with their croissants, it's just gonna wreck our quality of life for the shareholders who live above this beautiful Art Deco co-op that's been here since 1937. And I just wanted to also note that I do believe there is a 500-foot rule that you can't have establishments that serve wine and beer within 500 feet of each other. That's what I'm saying. It's a beautiful block.
Just to clarify a couple of things.
Okay.
You're right about the 500-foot rule, except in one respect. It only applies to full liquor licenses. It does not apply to people seeking only a beer and wine license. So it's a little technicality that is not well known. So it wouldn't apply to this. And as you've heard, they've now agreed not to seek outdoor seating on this application. And if they want it later on, when we have the new rules, they'll have to come back. In terms of the existing places, they're not before us tonight. But
no, but I just wanted to give you the layout of the street.
Yeah, if you go on the CB4 website, there's something called the nuisance reporting protocol, and it tells you how to raise concerns about existing licensed places. So if there are concerns, you should follow that, and it tells you how to call 311 and the SLA. So
I've done that. Yes, thank you.
But if it can't, if you've done that and it continues, you should let the board office know and we will get involved. But we have to, tonight, everything is an applicant by applicant. So tonight.
Right, I understand. I just wanted to give you the layout of the street that
we
they
very
want.
much appreciate that.
Also, could you also put down, I heard in one of the other applications that to have the doors closed? Like,
Yes.
I don't mind that they play music in their space, but don't leave the doors open and the music travels up.
Yeah, no, they've agreed to, one of our standard stipulations, which they've agreed to, is the doors and windows have to be closed whenever there's any kind of amplified sound inside, or at 10 and 11 p.m. nightly, regardless. So they've agreed to that already.
Okay, so this is my first rodeo. Does that apply to all establishments?
It depends on if they've agreed to it with us. What the law requires is that you're not supposed to hear sound from inside an establishment on the sidewalk. So that's the legal standard. But depending when these places open, they may have agreed to keep the doors and windows open. But you can look for all of these stipulations are on our website, but reach out to the office if you have any questions.
I will. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Next is David.
Hello, I also live at the Kensington House. Georgia has already discussed all my concerns, especially with the 500-foot rule, which I did not know only applied to full liquor licenses. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Nellie? Did we have somebody else, Nellie?
No. I had Kim Williams who had her hand raised, but she lowered her hand.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve?
And this is for indoor seating, indoor premises only.
Correct.
Right. Definitely. Okay, thank you. Okay.
And,
Thank
Thank you
you.
all for your time.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Did we vote?
We did.
Yes.
Okay, item number 7, 239 West 15th Street. La Sandwichery, Chelsea. And the applicant, the representative of the applicant? Study?
Yes, hello. I'm a representative from Sadiq Paid office, and as far as I understand, like right now we are talking about the indoor premises. Am I right?
We're talking about 239 West 15th Street, right?
I'm sorry. Can you just repeat?
We're right now on 239 West 15th Street. Are you connected with them? No, I thought you were with the previous guys.
Yes, hello,
Okay.
I'm sorry, and my principals will be on shortly. So my name is Mitchell Siegel. I thank you so much for your time and attention to this matter. We're representing La Sandwichery Chelsea LLC. It's a new coffee shop that wants a wine, beer, and cider license. The times are Sunday through Wednesday, 8 to 10, Thursday to Saturday at 11. There's no outdoor space. It's a small space. These operators are experienced and have had, this is their third location. You know, there's no outdoor windows, there's no outdoor space. They have a bench outside. If you look at the pictures that we sent, in sort of the vestibule almost, which is, you know, for two people to sit. So and there's no music, recorded music, and you know, no windows. There's not much here. No dancing, no you know, recorded music at a low level, and that's pretty much it. I mean, there's not much here.
Okay, Mitchell, a couple technical things. On your STIP form, you had the number as 293. It's actually 239, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's 239. I walked by it today.
Okay, so we'll change the number on the form, and you didn't.
That's fine. That's fine. I apologize for that.
And you didn't circle any music, but you want to have background music.
There's background music indoors.
Okay, so Bert, as you know, we've gotten 30 plus written objections from the community, but why don't I will summarize those to the extent we don't hear from the people live tonight.
Can I just chime in? So we emailed all the block associations. We got one from West 15th. We gave them the questionnaire, heard nothing back. And we also sent literally letters to every residential. Excuse me. We also sent literally every residential building on both sides of the block, as well as the back, letters. So, you know, we complied with that, so.
Okay, Mitchell, we've received, the community board has received from the 15th Street Block Association, from the Chelsea Association, Chelsea Block Association, Council of Chelsea Block Association, and from many individuals, comments about the site and how they do not want.
Well, I will say this. So during construction, there were some problems, but that was construction. Now it's, you know, construction's done. It's a coffee shop. they're compliant, they're good people. So I don't see what the, potential issues are. It's not a late night place. There's no TVs. There's no outdoor area whatsoever other than a bench. There's no open windows. So I don't think it's going to be a problem to the community. The construction was problematic. We got that, but that wasn't us. Third parties, that's done now.
Understood,
So-
understood. But the objections were not about the construction. The objections were projecting into the future when the facility would be fully operated. And that's what the objections were. Summarize, Frank, in the sense that it's this is the description, a residential block. This is mid-block. It's not towards the end towards one of the avenues, towards 8th Avenue or 7th Avenue. It is mid-block, north side of the street. And it's not a large facility. We know that. And it's recessed, it's below ground somewhat. But the objection was basically, we don't want that in our neighborhood.
Right. Well, it has not been previously licensed, and residents of the building have raised issues that they already have issues with things like water flow and hot water, rodent infestation. They raise questions about how this place is going to be ventilated. But again, I think we should hear from the committee and then the community, and I can make any points that have not been made. But we do have unanimous opposition, I would say, at least from 40 individuals and block associations, and have heard nothing to date in support.
Well, to be honest,
Hold on, thank you very much. We want to have some comments and questions from the committee and then move from there. So I see Inga,
I've already seen one opposition.
Christine. Inga, Ted, Christine.
So I understand you wanted to open a small, quiet sandwich shop. It is a residential building. It's mid-block. There has not been a liquor license or any kind of alcohol in this space previously. And it was also a store before that closed at the end of the day, 5, 6 o'clock. So to take that to a 10 or 11 PM and have people mulling about, and it's a residential building, there's ventilation issues. We recently had the same issue on 23rd Street. We've had this at the board before. These buildings weren't meant, these spaces weren't meant for cooking. And then even with spaces in the past, I'm not saying you don't have it fixed, but you need to work with the building and the residents. Even if you're heating something up in a convection oven, which is considered not a kitchen, it's not cooking, the smells going upstairs to the residents are unbelievable. So anything open later than 6 is very disruptive to that block, to any residential block. And there's never been a liquor license, and I'm very concerned about the food. Even if you're heating soup, it's going to smell upstairs. So we don't even know what the ventilation is there.
Okay, Ted?
I was just curious on if there was gonna be any music at all and what the actual capacity of the place is, because.
There's no CFO. We'll get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sounds like a bathtub gym, you don't know what you're getting into, and then you have a, big space.
Well, excuse me. So, as you know, I don't need a seat.
Mitchell, excuse me, Mitchell, you'll have an opportunity. Please wait, be patient. Christine.
So there are 2 seats outside. Are they going to be licensed or not? Is there going to be service? I mean, people can drink outside or not?
It is included in the application, Christine, and it's sort of like we see on Restaurant Row on 46th Street. They're within the property line, slightly below the sidewalk, but they are seeking to.
Yeah, I'm concerned that, if you have 2 seats and you can drink outside, people can gather outside, you could have more people outside and then talking loud. So that is a situation that will encourage noise.
Yeah. Okay,
What is that? I live in the neighborhood. I actually think this is a nice addition. I think that I know nothing about the architecture or the engineering of the building. So my general questions are around like what has been done in terms of soundproofing, sound study. And then to the concerns regarding the venting, regarding the water pressure. Again, this isn't the fault of the applicant, but that's like the reality of the building. So curious what that research or what those remedies are for some of those concerns.
Okay. Any additional comment, questions from the committee? Mitchell, would you like to respond? We have people from the community.
I actually would, thank you so much. It's a coffee shop, right? Let's not get crazy, okay? Number one. Number two, it's a tavern license, right? So the food is minimal. It's not gonna be that much smell. Number three, there's one bench outside with two people. You want us to shut that down at some time? I'm fine with that. We'll talk about that. But I don't really get the aggressiveness on this application, to be honest with you.
Okay. Nelly from the community, I think we have some people actually present physically here. You also have people online with hands raised.
And by the way, I would like the principals to talk because they're available. So if you could raise your hand.
Mitchell, I believe your principal is on, and I tried to promote them, Darren, but they declined to move over. They have to accept to be promoted in order
Let me call them. I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. Darren, you have to accept to be promoted as a panelist. So accept. There you go.
Okay, and if this question is still out there, now, do you have anybody with hands raised on?
Yes, there's one community person. Do you want to do the community person first, a virtual, or do you want to do the in-person?
Let's do the in-person first here.
Okay.
Okay. So we have Sharon.
So I live at 237 West 15th Street. I've been there for 45 years. And so I know the block very well. It is the middle of the block. It is a basement and it tends to flood because there's nothing, there's nowhere for the water to go. And you already mentioned about the ventilation. If I can be permitted to read part of the letter that Stanley Bullback, who was the president of the Block Association for 50 years, and he was also a part of CB4. He wrote, I think that lives at 239, right, where Reese also lives. And I'll read that in a minute. From day one, Mitchell said it was sort of no big deal. Darren, who presented himself as the owner of the building, I'm sorry, Mr. Arrogance. The construction started at 8 o'clock in the morning, and Mitchell said it went on to 8 o'clock at night. He played like he didn't know. He said, you're the owner of the store. You don't know when your workers are here. And every single day, there was no permit ever. In other words, the neighborhood never got any information. It was a DOT notice that was put up and taken down. I don't know if an inspection ever happened. And so what began to happen, we were arguing day after day, just saying, you're working without a permit, the neighborhood is not wanting you, so, he's lying that he had the permit. Well, supposedly yesterday, the permit arrived, which gave no one any time. So how is it that they were able to do all of this construction every single day, including Sunday and holidays, without regard for anybody? And he just, basically ignored and played dumb. So this letter from Stanley, and I'll just read.
We've all received the letter.
So, okay, so you understand there's no ventilation, there's nowhere to do anything. And then they wanted to put chairs out on the street. It's barely 6 feet from the edge of that step to the, the curb. And again, there's no place to even possibly put ventilation. They would have set it up to the roof. There's no windows in the back. And 237 butts to 39, and there's just a lattice fence. And so where would they even put their garbage? And they.
Darren, let me respond.
Mitchell, please, excuse me.
I mean,
I'm sorry?
and they would leave, I mean, I sent some pictures around, they would just leave the garbage out, it's not covered, plastic bags, and all of the workers' stuff, they just didn't care. And so we're upset that if this license is given, then that means for the rest of the life of that block, they can always have another, you know.
Thank you.
license.
Teresa, you want to say something?
I would like to say something. I live in the building, I've been there 33 years, I'm on the third floor in the front. I would be directly affected by this venting issue because the plan is to come up into the air shaft, which will affect everybody in the air shaft, as well as 241. My other concern is, I live there, Keith Mitchell says that they've sent out communication for everybody in the neighborhood. I haven't received anything. My other concern, the thing that brought up, you know, it was a family optometrist for the last 30 years that closed at 5 o'clock. Now they want to be open until 10 o'clock serving alcohol. As I see, there's 8 people, that's the capacity. It's a 400 square foot space with a front window. So I don't know how many people that they're even serving beer and wine to when 8 people can sit in there uncomfortably. And for Mitchell to say that this is not a big deal if they're not serving food, I looked at their menu at their Brooklyn location, and they have an extensive menu, and the menu looks great. But for him to say that there's a convection oven is not really the truth. You know, they've got refrigerators, they have ovens, it's an extensive menu for a different location than ours.
Okay. Nellie?
Can I respond to that or I'll wait?
The person who had their hand raised, put it down.
Okay, so Mitchell, would you like to say something?
Yes, I'd like to respond, and I thank you for your comments. Listen, so no one could get any license to serve wine, beer, or liquor unless they have food, okay? This is a tavern license. There's no exhaust, there's no hoods, okay? It could be grill, convection oven, that's it. It's not a lot of food. Yes, salads and sandwiches, but that doesn't really smell, okay? And it's a coffee shop, and they're just adding wine, beer, and cider. It's not a sports bar. They're not hanging outside all day long. We've agreed to no outdoor area, 0, other than a bench outside in the vestibule. Please let me finish and then you can go. And so we're not going to DOT. There's no open windows. So I'm not been my, you know, I'm not diminishing the place, but there's nothing really going on there. The outdoor area is 0, and there's no real food being cooked there. And it's just a coffee shop with some, you know, little food and wine and beer. So, you know, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here. That's great. So I didn't realize they had other locations, so I'm obviously on their website. So there's 2 other locations, there's one in Greenpoint, one on the Upper East Side. They are more in line with what Mitchell is describing because they close at 6 p.m. and I don't see alcohol being served. So what you're describing, Mitchell, may be true for their current operations at these other stores, but it's unclear why they're changing the way that they operate and the hours of operation so drastically at a location that already has such community resistance and started off on such a bad foot. I mean, I think I would recommend that, you know, if we can't, you know, if this is the planned location and you plan on going ahead with this, you know, you show that you're a responsible you know, shop owner, like your other locations, operating from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. like the other locations, and then come back after a year and we can talk again about a liquor license. That's what I would say.
Just to piggyback off of that, in terms of whether they're going through it, that it's built out. It's the
Right, so-
there's art on the walls.
Right,
So
okay.
I agree that's a good approach because it's opening.
It's opening, but I wouldn't say that I don't, you know, clearly they're able to make money and survive on 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And if he says it's a coffee shop, then it's a coffee shop. Then we'll come back and talk about liquor in a year.
Darren described it as an upscale, you know, with fabulous sandwiches, which tells me they're going to be grilling and doing that. What do you about that? I mean,
I'd like
if it's cold cuts, and
Okay.
you can't handle, that's fine.
The issue about the ventilation though is we're here to determine a liquor license and they can open that without our approval or, you know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Any other comments? Questions, Christine?
I mean, can we ask as a stipulation that they install the proper ventilation?
There's nowhere to do that.
No.
Wait.
That's if we get, if we.
That's if we
approve, if we approve the liquor approval.
But the suggestion out there right now is, okay,
Right, okay.
and keep saying coffee house, coffee house, coffee house, go for it.
I
Do coffee house,
totally agree.
see what happens.
Yeah.
And see how
Yeah.
it operates.
If you want to be a good neighbor, that's what you should do.
So what we're saying is that we. want
And to be honest with you, excuse me,
Mitchell?
I'm sorry, let me just interject.
So the motion
That's
would be-
why we here, because we
Excuse me,
really,
we're having a
Okay.
committee discussion right now.
all right, and I'll stop.
So the motion would be we deny the license.
And they come back.
And we recommend that they do 5 to 8, but because if we do that, they can do whatever time, hours, right?
I have a question on the occupancy. Since there is none, how is that gonna be determined to see how many people they can actually fit into the space?
Let's see about occupancy. There is none.
Oh, there is no.
There is
They'll
none.
figure
So I'm
it out, they'll
asking-
find it.
Maybe we could ask him what his expected occupancy would be.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, is there
previously
gonna be
was,
people
a-
at the counter?
County thing, so we don't want to ask any of that, that's not a problem.
previously was in a
Yes.
Yes.
So they don't have to get it, right? Well, no, I'm sure they have to get it.
If they're gonna serve, they would have to, but I'm just asking, you know, on this, like, it's only 16 feet, I don't know what the width is on that.
It
but
looks huge
like.
on the drawing, but it doesn't.
Yeah, but I know it's a very small, you know, area, but I'm just saying, if we do that, you know, can we say that, you know, because we've had others say, oh, it's 50 now for this area, we're like, no, it's clearly not. Can we add that as instead?
But I don't think we can ask those things.
Just
Not
deny.
enough to
It's not if we're gonna deny,
Just straight deny and then, okay.
deny.
You just clarify.
Carrie, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just for the meeting's sake, when everybody talks over each other in the room, it's very hard to understand what's happening on Zoom. Sorry. So I know it's all, you know, work in progress, but if one person speaks at a time, it's great. And as soon as everyone just starts having a conversation, we can't hear anything. So thank you.
To hear your mic here and Frank here, what the suggestion now is out in the room here. About denying. You want a coffee shop? Go for a coffee shop and then see how people react. And see how it operates, you get your CLO, whatever you need, and then come back in a year and then we can discuss some licensing.
All right. The only thing that I will caution the community about, and I just say this about every beer and wine license, is it is challenging to get a beer and wine license denied. With full liquor licenses, as you've heard earlier in the meeting, there's something called the 500-foot rule, and there has to be a separate hearing before an administrative law judge who needs to determine that an additional license is in the public interest. That does not apply to a beer and wine license. So we do not have that hurdle that the applicant will have to go forward. So if we vote to deny, it is important that the community starts communicating directly with the state liquor authority and making their concerns and positions known. Because with any beer and wine license, it will be an uphill battle with the state liquor authority.
Frank,
Sorry.
Frank, so if we do deny, we vote to deny, we would do what we usually do and say, if the state liquor authority, if they go ahead and it is approved, we would recommend this, this, and this, these hours, this soundproofing, the C of O, ventilation. Can we
No
do that?
outside.
I mean, well, first of all, the SLA will not give a liquor license without a C of O or a letter of objection, a letter of no objection from the Department of Buildings. So that is just something on their automatic checklist. And in terms of the backup steps, it really depends on what we want to recommend. We have gone both ways. If there's something we really think is inappropriate, we often just say, deny outright, and this is a really bad idea. And I think here, as limited as the operations are, it has quite unanimous community opposition. There's no one is in support of this. So, I am fully supporting voting to recommend denial. I just don't know if I'd even include backup steps in this kind of situation.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I would not include backup steps.
Before we vote, and just only for process, I think we were gonna give Mitchell one more chance to speak, and then that's it. Is that okay? Or I'm asking him?
Yeah, I just, you know what, it's just, listen, I love you guys and I appreciate the community board, I really do. I'm a good attorney and I love community and I understand what I'm hearing, but I think this is very aggressive in this area. And Frank's right. You really have no say here. I'd rather cut a deal that everyone's happy with than go into a fight. I know you're shaking your head, but I'd rather do that because we're good people. I'm a good person. So are the people that operates this. We're not trying to create havoc. It's a coffee shop. It's a wine and beer. It's not, excuse me, can I finish?
I could do that.
It's not a heavy cooking thing. And that's it. I think we can reach some sort of mutual agreement, which I would rather have, and I'm sure my clients would rather have. If we can't have it, so be it. But that's what I would want, to be honest. And that's why we're here.
No, this is not, no.
If it's a no, it's a no, and we'll, roll the dice and see what happens.
Do you want to do 6 o'clock?
From my perspective, where I come from, outside the community board, always try to work out a deal. I always try to follow. And I know I'm not gonna get everything, and you're not gonna get everything, but we do want some. And, but I don't have that sense right now here.
Well, so let's assume we can I
Go ahead.
take it? Let's assume. I'm also for denying, right? But if we want to put something on the table, I would say close at 6 o'clock. 7, maybe. Maybe 7 every day of the week. And then fix the ventilation.
Yes.
And no serving outside. And I think with those, I don't know whether.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, please.
And then.
You're talking about.
Please. Is there an issue with sound?
Yes,
No.
sound, because
I think
nothing
I
has
sound.
ever been in that building that's made.
And
any-
so a sound report,
I mean, are they doing any music? though?
They said they want
Background.
But background cue didn't have anything. It's
Could be, yeah.
very-
The floor above it.
So that could be instead of studio.
Now, Mitchell, did you hear what the possibility would be from if we were going to move towards a deal?
I heard pieces, but the ventilation I don't get, to be honest with you. So it's not, there's no hood. There's no ventilation. We're not cooking. It's a foreman's grill and a convection oven. I don't get that. So what ventilation? It's not required by law. So that I don't get. Number one. Number two, there's no outdoor music and there's no windows open and there's nothing outdoors. So I don't really, I understand you want perfection, but it's got to be a basis for what you're asking for. And I don't see that.
I think that the core issue is a lot of concerns from just a structural issue with this space holding, even if this is a coffee shop that was open 3 hours a day, I think there'd be concern about those 3 hours. And the concerns regarding, I get it that not, I totally understand there's not a lot of cooking happening or any cooking happening, but even with a panini press, if you were heating something up, for example, you're gonna have some aroma. And because the space hasn't had food in it, that is the, sounds like that is the concern we're getting from neighbors, because then you're gonna upset have smell. We also, I think, have a concern around sound, because there hasn't been a sound study, and previously this was just an optometrist's office. So if there isn't a sound study, I think there's concern from the neighbors around, are we gonna hear? People are naturally gonna have conversation as they eat, even though it's a small space. And none of this might actually be an issue, but I think the biggest problem is that it's a giant question mark. And the building itself sounds like it has had myriad issues, which I think gives everyone the feeling that it's likely to have more issues. This isn't new construction and we don't have a sound study. We assume, okay, it's probably all up to code. That doesn't seem to be the case because we don't have any of that data. So I think but it's built out. Like I said, I live in the neighborhood, I walk by every day. It's built out, so it's going to open. So I think the question here is, if we outright deny this thing, they open and they go on and they keep the hours they want, et cetera, et cetera. The question on the table for us, obviously, is if we go to.
So
Yeah.
I got it. Let me ask you a question. Where do you get your coffee? Starbucks or somewhere else?
Wait, I'm sorry, so that's nothing to do with anything right now.
Right.
Carrie?
Really? Because
I'm sorry,
all
Mitchell.
those-
Carrie?
But Starbucks doesn't have a liquor license. So,
we'll get to that.
sorry, I
So-
just want to make sure that we're saying no outdoor at all, because we keep hearing about a bench. And I just want to make sure we're really clear on that when we make
The
these
bench is within
stipulations.
the property line, so they could have a bench there without.
But it,
No, I mean, no
Yeah.
serving alcohol outside.
it's still outdoors. And Mitchell
Right.
keeps saying there isn't. I
Right, there isn't,
I
there
agree
is,
with
it's a
Carrie, I
little,
don't
yeah.
understand. Is the
Yeah.
bench outdoors or indoors?
It's outdoors, it's on their property, but that should be included in our stipulations.
It's not DOT and it's not the sidewalk cafe.
Right, but you want it
And-
licensed. You want people to be able to drink out there, correct?
And by the way, we've never really said that.
Yes, you have. On our form, you put down 2 seats outdoors.
Yeah, yes, but we never said alcohol there.
Well,
So,
the assumption
then-
is, the assumption is, Mitchell, if you're going
Okay,
for a liquor license and you're filling in an application and you say there are 2 seats, the assumption is people are gonna get their backside on those seats with the glass.
Can I make a motion to deny?
Yes,
Yeah.
A
Second.
motion
Sorry.
to deny.
Second.
And this is without backup steps, correct? Deny outright.
Outright deny. They're just not even talking.
Okay.
I just don't see them
Carrie,
doing
can I say
anything.
something?
Say something before we get.
My
that's not true at
concern,
all good.
my concern.
All right,
is
sorry,
on-
there's a motion made. We have to take a vote, I think. And it was seconded.
He's suggesting friendly amendment.
No, when there's a motion, you discuss the motion.
Right.
I just want to make this statement. You know, I'm concerned that they will go forward when we denial, and then the people that are here concerned are not gonna have any protection. And I think the biggest thing is this business is geared to very differently from what they already have. And it's something that they haven't run yet. And I think if we approve with a lower hour, you're gonna actually give the people more protection in the community than if we just full out denial, despite him being a pain
Yeah,
and being
I
difficult.
agree.
I agree.
So that's why I don't wanna full deny, because I think that he can get in and go have like a midnight or 1 o'clock and then
6 or 7 hours.
I want to draw my motion earlier.
that's my
Yeah.
only concern.
Would you do at 6 or 7 PM closure?
Or not serve liquor after 7.
I have to speak to my clients. I can't decide. Darren, what are your thoughts? Put on your mic and chime in.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you guys. This is my first kind of hearing, and I'm really saddened by the response, the aggressive response to what we're trying to do. And I just, you guys, it's kind of like you're judging us way before you've even met us, which is unfortunate, and perhaps we got off to a wrong start. But I can assure you that myself and my partners want nothing more than to make this a lovely addition to the street, a quiet little coffee sandwichery epicerie, a little French cafe with very quiet music that does get to serve a little bit of wine and beer. We have no interest in being a bar. We have no interest in playing loud music. We have no interest in cooking. There's a few points that were raised that I just want to address. The building is sound, at least as much as our property. We've had the lease now for about 3 months, and there's absolutely no water coming in. The place is immaculate. We turned it actually to something very impressive, and I hope you guys come by and see it at some point to actually see what we've done there. So in that sense, the place is a great addition. We would like to have the ability to succeed. We would like to have the ability to be able to be profitable. We would like to have the ability to provide something really enjoyable for the neighborhood, which we think would fit in perfectly. We've done it very successfully in a quiet neighborhood in Greenpoint, which is doing terrific. We've done it very well in the Upper East Side. The reception from everybody, including the building tenants, has been fantastic. So to hear that there's 40 people already against us, it's sad. Now,
well, Darren, it may just be, some of it may be a failure of communication. I mean,
Yeah.
we can't say what happened here, but what we know is, you know, a very large number of people by our standards have written objecting, and no one, there doesn't seem to have been any communication between you and the neighbors, or even the people in the building. And I'm not blaming, one side or another or what happened, but ordinarily, if you are, a community centered operator, ordinarily, if you can meet with the neighbors and convince them of that, and we don't have this situation we have here tonight. So I'm not sure, I agree, I'm not sure how we got to this point, but we are. So one option would be for you to come back next month and meet with the community in the interim.
Frank, I would like to say, and respectfully, for so many people that have seen what we do, they're delighted. For every person that may have an objection to this, there's literally been hundreds of neighbors, whether it's the hair salon next door, whether it's, Miss J, the lady that lives down the street, whether it's the balloon place across the street, whether it's the hair salon, the barber shop, the Dunkin' Donuts. Their neighbors upstairs, even in the building that we reside, they think it's fantastic. So I just want to assure all of you guys, we're going to be an excellent neighbor, a fantastic neighbor, and I think you will see that right from day one. It's like an uphill battle. I get it now. It seems like there is a lot of momentum against us.
Excuse me, what we have seen so far, you're not been a good neighbor because there's been no communication. There's been no.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I said, what we've seen so far is in this particular site, we're not talking about Greenpoint, we're not talking about the Upper East Side, we're talking about Chelsea here. Okay, there's been no communication, there's been no good neighborhood. Okay, your people here people in the building in which you want to operate are against it. If you're telling me there are people who are in the building are for it, I'd like to hear from them. Okay, so maybe you want to speak with people who are for it or against it, talk with them, be a neighbor, and then come back to us.
That's what we do. We speak to our neighbors. I'm delighted to.
What you have done on this particular site. I'm not talking about Greenpoint. I'm not talking about the Upper West Side, East Side. I'm talking about Chelsea. Because here in Chelsea, from the block association to the people in the building, they have said we have major concerns. And you haven't communicated with them about these concerns.
I can't argue with that because I do not know who I did not speak to. I can only tell you who I spoke to. And the people that have.
Oh, they're not here.
I'm sorry,
Well,
right.
Well,
So I-
to be honest with you, and if you look at our questionnaire, we sent emails to every block association and can I
We've
finish,
received
please?
from the block association, we've gone through this before, I don't want to repeat this.
And every residential building.
We've gone
We
through
sent
this
those
before, we don't have to repeat it.
I'd like
Christine?
to speak to the applicant. This is, you have a great opportunity to go back and talk to all the people in the neighborhood. And, you know, convince them that what you want to do is in line with what they expect. And the question here is, are you open to postpone your application by 1 month or not? I just want to, yes or no?
I do not know the ramifications of that. Let me talk to my attorney and let you know. I really don't know. Plus, I do have partners, so I cannot be put on the spot on this.
Why don't we do this? Why
No,
doesn't the
what-
community, excuse me, I mean, I'm getting interrupted every time I speak. Why don't you send me a stipulation as to what you would like?
We just
We'll get back
explained to you what we would like.
48 hours. I'm sorry?
We just explained to you very clearly what we would like.
All I heard was a denial. I didn't hear anything.
No, didn't you just hear what Christine said?
I heard 6 o'clock. That's all I heard. So
No,
why don't you
that's not-
send
Would
me?
you come back in 1 month after speaking to your neighbors and trying to get support for your idea of this operation, which I think is confusing to people because they're not sure what's really happening. So would you be willing to come back next month to us with a more thorough application and support?
Yeah, and reach out. We will pass your contact information on to everyone who has objected and urge them to meet with you. And hopefully you can, work out something that would make them comfortable and come back next month and just agree not to file with the SLA in the interim.
We'll let you know tomorrow.
Now, we can't do that.
We have to vote
We have to
tonight.
vote tonight.
You voted already, didn't you?
No, we didn't.
We have not voted yet, no.
There was a motion to deny, but if you would prefer, and I personally would very much prefer this, because like you, I think it is always better if these things are worked out. But I think there's been, and I'm not casting blame on anyone involved. I think there's been a failure of communication here. And I think if you take another month, you might be able to remedy that. But unfortunately, this committee has to take some action tonight, which means either you agree to postpone or we have to take a vote on some motion or other.
We'll get off right now and we'll come back on shortly.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Moving
Thanks.
on to number 8, we have 7 more items on the agenda. Number 8, 366 West 23rd Street, Chelsea, Charmy, Zealous, Inc. How's that? 24/7. Is the applicant here? Number 8, 366 West 23rd Street. Nellie, you see the applicant?
Oh, second time.
Right, so Dee, can you unmute?
Is she the applicant? I think, yeah, I think it's somebody else. Okay.
The applicant is on. Sadiq, you need to unmute.
Okay.
There's someone with a raised hand, that's not. Is that
Dee or Karen?
Sadiq, are you here? You wanna say something? For number 8, 366 West 23rd Street.
She is here. She just needs to unmute.
Yes.
I think she did want to speak. She was speaking before, but in the wrong slot. So maybe she stepped away for a second and we want to skip.
Okay, let's go on to number 9 at 313 West 46th Street.
That's an easy one.
Hello, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're here.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, we're back to number 7.
Sure.
366 West 23rd Street. Go right ahead.
Yes, so I'm representative for Chelsea Charmin Market. It's a supermarket, and basically we are selling groceries inside of the store. And what we would like to add is 8 seats inside of the store. We will have background music. And so we also had 2 seats outside, but so far as we don't have any permits, and owner was notified that we should first of all get it, so they took those seats out. And also we will have I think I noticed mentioned background music, so it's not going to be a loud music. The store will work 24/7. And also we will have a kitchen. It's not full kitchen, but we will just serve salads, sandwiches, and also as we are talking about the beer liquor license, we will serve only beer. We are not going to sell wine or liquor, only beer. Yeah, and similar spirits. Also, if you would like, I can share my screen and show you the premises inside, because we have photos and diagram. So let me know if I need to do that.
Let's see what questions and comments we have.
Sure, yeah. And
Proceed, Candace.
I'm sorry, 1 second, please. I need to do the sound louder.
And Inga, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sally, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear us. My name is Lana. Sadiq is the owner of our office, and I'm just a representative. Yeah.
Okay. So on page 5, you have responded that you were going to use a storm enclosure. Is that an 18-inch storm enclosure, or it's a larger one?
I'm sorry. Are you asking about the dimensions, like the size of the store?
The storm enclosure must be 18 inches. Do you agree to that?
Deep, 18-inch deep.
It cannot stick out more than 18 inches from your wall.
Not the store, the storm enclosure.
The storm enclosure is what goes in front of the front door. So it's like the little, yeah, people will put them up, especially during the winter. So on the form, it says that you're planning on having one, but if you have one, the law is that it needs to be no larger than 18 inches. So we just want to verify that you'll agree to that.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, of course, we will check on it, because I didn't know about this thing before. Okay.
All right, so we look at that as a stipulation. Okay. And same thing, you don't have the kitchen exhaust.
We are going to have a not full kitchen. We will serve only salads and sandwiches.
Okay.
Candace.
My question has to do with your occupancy. Your tables and your numbers and your number of tables is 3 and number of seats 8. And then you get your maximum occupancy is 30 with your staff. I'm just trying to figure out how you got those numbers. I saw in your picture, you have the seatings at the table at the counter by the windows, and you have a small table that looks, or 2 tables, it looks like. Is that correct? Is it, I guess I'm trying to figure out is it like a bodega, like a deli that they go and just pick up beer from the fridge and then come sit down and open it? Because you often put down that they're gonna be serving it to you. I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work. Yeah, sure. If you would like, I can also show pictures. So basically we have two big tables next to windows. One big table next to front window and one big table next to the right window. And also we'll have a small table between them. So next to one small table, there is only one seat, and next to two other tables, there are like six more seats. Oh, I'm sorry, 7 more seats. So in general, we are going to have 8 seats.
Who is serving?
Yeah, who is serving? Because it says that you're gonna have somebody serve them. Like I said, I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to work. I feel like it's just a bodega where they can sit and open a beer and drink it, is what it's coming down to. But would you mind me to share this screen? Is it like allowed?
Yeah. The question is around serving.
Right.
Who's serving beer and food?
Beer and food. So basically, we have a cashier, and also we have a person who will help the cashier to prepare the salads. So people will be able to get them at the cash register, and they will be able to go and sit at the table.
So what you seem to be describing is the cashier who usually takes your money and buying something in the market, okay? You're saying, I can go to the freezer or wherever the beer is, take a beer out and drink it on the premises.
Yes, correct. So they will be able to, it's like a self-serving areas, place where they can get their food.
I could buy the beer, open it up, you give me
Yes, definitely.
an
They just
opener, and I can sit down on a chair there.
right.
And she just said, all they're gonna do is beer. Am I correct? All you're
They
doing
will
is
be able
beer.
to, it's gonna be like a beer in bottles. It's not gonna be beer in glasses or something. So they're
Beer
gonna
in a
get
bottle, you go to the
bottles and
case,
open
they
up.
get a bottle of beer and drink it. That's
Yes,
what I see you're
all right,
describing.
yes. Yeah, correct.
Am I being
So
off?
just to clarify, will someone be able to walk into the store and buy a 6-pack of beer and then just leave and take that home, not drink it on premises? Just, is that something that you do?
They do that.
You already did, that store already does that? It's just a grocery store. It's like, it's a bodega, but without.
Yeah, so
You have
far it's
beer.
a grocery store, but we would like people like be able to stay there and eat their salad and drink beer if they want.
So if I come in and I decide to buy a case of beer and I sit down and drink it, who is gonna determine if I'm overserved?
We have people who are helping the cashier, so they will monitor it because we have cameras, so they will see if someone left the place, so they will see that it's empty, but dirty, like they have to clean it up, so the person will come and help us clean it.
We don't have any existing business.
We don't have servers, but it's actually self-serving place. But again, like if somebody will not clean after them, that of course, like a person who is assisting the cashier will do that.
The bodega thing, buy and drink here. Yeah.
So I have a problem. One of the people that lives above you actually reached out to the owner of Nature Valley Market, which is your store where you want to now serve alcohol, and asked you about the tables that are out on the sidewalk and the monstrous A-frame that's in the middle of the sidewalk. We suggested you remove them, and he said, no, they're still out there. That's one person living above you. I live sort of down the street, kitty corner. It's still there. So you're not kind of communicating with people, you have seats and A-frames outside that you're not supposed to have. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
All right, sure. Thank you for saying that. I'm not like around that area, so I will make sure that they took them out because basically when we got notified about these chairs, I spoke to the owner because before he didn't know that he should have a permit, and we discussed it, and he assured me that he will take them out. So we will talk about these, and I understand like your point that first of all we need to get a permit. So those seats.
There's a huge A-frame as well, and I'm a little bit concerned with them just saying no.
Yeah, that's not neighborly communication.
And
if you were saying, oh, maybe we'll take it out, not maybe, we would like before you come to the full board, which is October 4th, have proof that they've been removed.
the A-frame that's in the middle of the sidewalk, it's way out, and the tables that are out there with the chairs. And so just to clarify again, you're taking away the benches that are around the windows, you're taking those out and putting tables in instead?
Before they had one table and two chairs next to the door, but they are supposed to be like out of it. So the sidewalk is supposed to be free, and
So
it's gonna be like
you
that.
said you're gonna put tables in. Are you taking the benches around the windows out to make room for the tables inside?
Do you mean that benches were there before us putting chairs there?
Right. Okay, so those are what you're calling tables, yeah. The ones that are already there.
Because we didn't
I
have
don't know to serve beer on that corner, even to anyone that late at night, but I don't.
My concern is the safety, because I think people coming in drunk after a bar are gonna go there just 24 hours. They drink, they're gonna come in at 4:30 in the morning, keep the party going, and then the next thing, there's gonna be a fight, and they don't even have someone to.
Because it is, we have a lot of drug use and.
Maybe I'm just a little ignorant, but I thought you can't get a license to serve alcohol after 4 AM. So we're gonna say 24/7.
Well, it's kind of weird, because I don't know what's the difference between having an liquor license that can serve or a retail license that's.
Right.
Cause I can go in there and buy a beer, and then I can sit there and still sit.
Right.
So you can purchase and leave that 24 hours.
So then, I'm not a lawyer.
So
Are they buying from the retail license, under the retail license, or are they buying under the?
Right.
It sounds like the retail.
Yeah,
Beer bars, right?
but I've been in places where it's like, if you buy retail, you have to take that out.
Yeah.
Right. If you stay there, they have to open it for you.
Yes.
And so that's how they can do like.
At the counter,
At the counter,
cashier.
so that if somebody is overserved, they can stop, like they won't make that sale.
Are they clear about that? That's what
That was what I was trying
I
to
think
do.
that's the big question is.
Yeah.
Do they understand their own rules?
But they don't, they have never done them. They
Right,
don't have any experience.
and they're very new.
When do you want to say something?
I mean, I think I'm a little just concerned. Even if it's just beer, I think I'm just a little concerned, given that there's also the retail operation, and that just isn't, it's been a little opaque as to how these two things are gonna play together. I think coupled especially with just the nature of that area of the neighborhood with these kind of hours.
So can we cut the hours?
I would cut the beer hours at
Right.
least, but I would stop it at
The
11.
serving hours.
Yeah, the serving hours at 11, 7 days a week.
Want to ask her?
Would you agree to stop serving beer at 11 PM every day?
So we were planning in general to serve 24/7. But yeah, so far like we're planning to serve 24/7. Do you have any like suggestions or?
Right, you're still open 24/7, but you don't serve beer after 11 PM
People could buy beer after
Alright.
11, but they can't drink it on
in
the
your
premise.
store.
Okay, I got it. Okay, no.
Is that agreeable?
Yeah, of course, it's like possible, like we agree for this.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Carrie, you have your hand up.
My sense is that they will probably be amenable to anything we suggest. I think there's maybe a confusion around what's sort of the difference, as Wendy pointed out, between retail and on-premise liquor license. So maybe it's helpful to explain a little bit why we're questioning this, so that you can't sit down and order a sandwich and have a beer. Because you're sort of straddling two worlds where you have a retail, premises where people come in and buy a 6-pack or a case of beer and then leave, versus being a bar. So I think that's the confusion that the committee has onto what's what, and why we're trying to put some rules around the bar portion of it, right? Like if you're going to drink a beer on premises, and there's nobody to check your ID, and there's nobody to make sure you're overserved, and there's nobody to, like a regular bar. So I'm sure someone can do better than I can to explain it, but I have a feeling that whatever we say will be agreed.
Now, I know there were some attorneys on already for other applicants, like Donald
And
Bernstein or Frank. Would you be able to answer that question? And have you come across anything in your experience combining a retail license and
Serving.
and a serving license?
There's Frank.
Franco, you have?
I apologize. I wasn't really paying attention, guys. What's the question?
Have you come?
I acknowledge it.
Okay, that's okay, Frank. No, we have not one of your applicants, another applicant here who has a bodega. And they have a 24-hour, 7 days a week. They sell beer. Now they would like to have people that who buy beer there sit down and be able to drink it. Okay, that's a different kind of license than selling. Okay, but we're saying we would want to make a distinction between the hours where you can sell it and the hours where you can consume it within the premises. Have you come across anything, and how does that work?
I don't think it's enforceable, truthfully. I don't know how you would possibly enforce it.
Yeah.
Okay. But is it legal?
Any stipulation can be considered legal, guys. It's not a question of legal.
Is it legal to do it, to have a license which does both?
Can I chime in? So it's an alteration application, right? So they have a 24/7 beer license. I have to look at the license.
This is an application for a new wine beer cider license.
To get rid of the other existing license?
No, they are a retail outlet, they're a bodega.
Have both.
They're not a restaurant, they're a bodega.
You can't have both in the one if it's the same premises, you can't have both.
I'm sorry for it's called like Tavern license. It means that we can have like not full kitchen and at the same time sell beer and also serve it. It's not a restaurant license.
But you are selling beer.
But you sell beer now.
Yeah. But it's gonna be like people
For
will be
consumption.
Yeah, but it's like extension, like a regular beer license is just for selling beer. But Tavern license is like for people who can drink it inside. It's like not.
You can't have two licenses in the same premises.
No. We have only one. We're gonna have only one license.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mike
Can-
Noble, that's the hold up.
Yeah, let me pipe in for a sec, huh? As a practical matter, I go to one of these places almost every day. Here on 10th Avenue, on 27th Street, there's a place called Hudson Market, if you know what that
Yeah.
is, right?
Yeah.
And I've got about, I don't know, 10 or more tables outside with umbrellas and many seats, and you can indeed, you buy anything you want at the counter, right? And if you want to buy a beer, well, they're going to open the can of beer or bottle of beer for you and can take it outside yourself. So it's the same structure that's being proposed here. All right. Nobody serves you outside. Nobody serves you. They have indoor tables as well. Nobody serves you anywhere. You do it all yourself. And in terms of I don't see this as a problem. I'll tell you the truth. I'm talking about a big, huge place. Hudson Market is. Didn't start out that way, but now it is. And I feel comfortable that it's going to work out. I go there, like I said, almost every day. I don't think I've seen one person buy a beer there. They buy coffee and iced coffee and tea and soda and stuff like that. I don't think I've seen one beer sold at that place all summer. It's amazing. So anyway.
Thanks, Mike.
So I think
All right.
we could approve subject to sort of requesting from the SLA, clarification,
And.
right? Because we don't know.
And hours.
And then ask to limit the hours.
Mhm.
But then if we ask the SLA, Nelly asks the SLA, and we get a reading on, can you do that? What are the rules? Then what are the rules? Then that's fine.
Okay. Sounds good.
Right?
I'm concerned that it's not gonna be enforceable and they're going to have people there drinking and fighting after 4 AM and
Oh,
serving.
no. I will know.
They're the enforcer.
I will enforce it.
But look,
we're gonna
it's
skip
still
the limited hours.
by
Yeah.
the beer now, 24
I
hours.
think retail, though, you can only take off-site,
Right.
Yeah, I know,
so
but
that's what's confusing.
But if we limit their hours, they still can't have it there, so
Yeah.
it's 10, 11
yeah,
PM,
it's not a,
you can't.
which is probably right. but
Which is what Frank said also.
I mean, if the cashier is breaking up people fighting, then who's wanting to register from fees?
Right, well, we'll see.
Maybe we have security there for a stipulation.
Okay, let's come to a
Well, that's
resolution
good.
here. It's number 8 and it's almost 9:00.
So
Security, please. Security, no, that's not necessary.
But so we talked about limiting the hours to 11,
I would say 11.
right? And then, that's it, the store enclosure, and then it's.
And remove the
Subject.
sidewalk tables and the
Right.
A-frame that's.
And then subject to validation by,
The SLA.
SLA, that it is.
Okay. that's
I don't
the
think-
resolution.
I don't think we need to stipulate that it's subject to SLA approval. They will do what they want. So I think we just put in our steps. The only question I have is, do you want no A-frame or an A-frame within 18 inches or what?
No, the A-frame is the big sandwich board that's oversized and in the, we want none.
Okay,
It's a busy corner.
okay.
I move them all.
All right, so the steps we have are any storm enclosure will extend no more than 18 inches from the building facade. There'll be no outdoor seating. There will be no A-frame placed on the sidewalk. And all on-premise consumption will cease no later than 11 PM nightly.
No tables and chairs outside on the sidewalk, which they have now.
So I said that, no outdoor seating.
Okay,
No tables, no A-frame.
thank you.
Okay, that's what
So
it is.
Sadiq, is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure, I got it. Yeah, I got the point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
all those in favor?
Alright,
Okay.
Aye.
no opposed.
Did we vote?
Yeah,
We're voting.
Doesn't
Says
want any
opposed.
blood on his hands, right?
yeah, that's right.
And present not eligible and abstain. This is number 8. Okay,
I'm in favor if you didn't catch that.
What?
He's in favor. Having a great night.
46th Street.
Okay, we're up to number 9313 West 46th Street.
Or do we go back to Devin?
Hello, how's it going?
All right, Mitchell has his hand raised. Maybe we should clear that.
Mitchell.
Mitchell?
I appreciate that. So thank you so much. We spoke, my client and I, and what we'd like to come back with is Sunday through Tuesday, 8 a.m. to 7, and Wednesday through Saturday, 8 to 8.
Me too. I'm good with that.
I am.
Yeah. So you're talking about Mitchell coming back before the committee next month?
No. Monday, he's his
New hour.
calculation. He's gonna do 8 to 7 PM, Monday, Tuesday.
Sunday,
Monday,
Monday, and Tuesday, and then
Sunday,
8 to
Monday,
8.
Tuesday,
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I'm sure you're gonna find my client is a very good community board neighbor, and we'll come back thereafter, but we're willing to go forward with this. We'd like to be your partner, and we don't look to fight, so that's all.
Figure what they want, but if you just.
Monday
Sounds
through
sorry?
Tuesday.
Wednesday through Saturday, 8 to 8 PM, and the rest of the days, 8 to 7 PM.
Wednesday.
Wait. Sorry, there are too many of you talking. One of the,
Okay, Sunday through Tuesday, 8 to 7. And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 8 to 8.
Okay. What about meeting with the neighbors in your building?
I think you should
Well,
still do that.
Which would be a
Listen,
nice neighborly thing to do.
And
Because
sorry?
they're gonna support your business.
We have no problem. Listen, we sent a letter to every block association and a letter to every building. We don't have a we don't have a problem with the neighbors at all. We want to be a friendly
we're
neighbor.
asking you, you have no problem. That's good to hear. Okay? We're asking you between now and the full board, because what we decide tonight goes to be a final vote at the full board, October 4th. So we're asking you. So, and we know that you like to communicate, to meet with specifically the people in your building
All of them.
and sit
I
down and talk with them.
No
Between
problem.
now
Listen. No
Right, what-
problem.
So
No-
you.
Not a problem. Tell us who, because I never got one.
We'll get you the information.
Sorry.
So you agree that you will be meeting with the tenants in your building?
Prior to your full board meeting, not a problem. Tell us who we
And
have
we'd like
to
to
meet
hear
with.
what
I
happens.
never got any notice of that. Yes, no
Okay.
problem.
Great.
We're asking you, there's no problem.
What about soundproofing?
Motion to.
Wait, hold on, Ken.
The soundproofing, is he hasn't done, they're still building it out, I mean, there's.
Darren, well, I think it's, Darren, have you done a sound study?
Sorry,
It's
so
quiet
the
recorded.
place-
Hold on, Darren. It's quiet recorded music that'll be under the New York code.
Yeah, no, totally get that. It's more just when you go from an optometrist, it's gonna have, a couple of patients, maybe and a doctor, maybe a receptionist. To, even though there are only 4 tables, but let's say it's at max, so like 8 people plus a couple staff folks, it's just a different level of noise.
And
And then you got a little background music. And so especially in these old buildings, obviously, we all know that sound travels, and that's one of the concerns of the neighbors. So just curious, Darren, in this renovation you've done, did you do any kind of sound study? And if not, is that something that you'd be willing to do before the full board meeting, knowing that it is one of the primary concerns of the neighbors?
So I haven't done a sound study, but we have a small speaker, very small speaker, and in meeting with the neighbors and the tenants, I'd love for you guys to come in and see the decibels or the sound or the volume of the music. And if in any way it is disturbing to any of the neighbors, please let us know. There is no, there's no
What's your
bass that we're
objection to
playing.
doing a sound study?
I can't hear you.
What's your objection to doing a sound study?
I don't even know what the cost would be associated. I'm not sure. And I'm not even sure that there is a legitimate concern in meeting with you guys, which I'm looking forward to doing. If anybody has a problem with the noise level, absolutely let us know. I cannot play music too loudly. I'm going to get violations for that. People will be calling 311. So that is the least of my concerns. If a sound study,
But it's not one of the least of our concerns.
I think that, yeah, so the thing about what's weird and what we've just learned from doing this for a while is that sound is cumulative, right? It's not just the background music, it's also just the sound of the voices of just people eating and the slight cooking that will be happening, or the sound of the espresso machine. All of that together is this total sound that would be coming from the restaurant. And so what a sound study would do is to get a sense of, okay, what level does the second floor start to hear that? And if it's
You're worried
hear
about
you.
the
I
sound
hear
of the
you.
espresso machine, just so I understand?
No, guys, I hear you.
No, Garrett,
I hear you guys, and based on my other locations, I can assure you that nothing is going to make any offensive noises there. And
I'm
if
sorry,
anything
sir.
does-
Sorry, sir.
Guys, if
The other
anything does,
locations
please.
have nothing to do with this space. This space is independent of Greenpoint and the Upper East Side. So we're asking something specific to this site.
these
You're
people
asking if my
living,
espresso machine is going to make noise, and my espresso machine is not going to make noise, and neither is the music that we're going
But
to
we'd
be
like,
playing,
a sound.
or the people
We'd
eating the
like a
sandwiches,
third-party
guys.
assurance.
We would like a
Third
third.
party, we'd like a third party assurance that is not your word, because right now, this is not the other location and you have 40 people that don't want you there. So that's gonna give them peace of mind that before you come in, that there will not be a problem, and not after, then they have to deal with it.
Aaron, think about this from your perspective. You've been living above an optometrist shop for 30 years. People come and go probably two at a time. You're suddenly going to have an active hospitality business there where you're going to have people sitting there talking and eating. By definition, they're going to be louder than the optometrist shop. That's just a given. And I would say in every application I can remember, in a place that has not been previously licensed as a food and beverage establishment in a residential building, we have asked for a sound study, because we have learned the hard way that when you convert a non-licensed premise to a licensed one, there are sound issues. And that was your choice. You chose to go in there knowing that it was not previously a bar or restaurant.
Right, but whether I get a liquor license or not, it's still going to function as a sandwich place. So I'm not quite sure the hurdle of putting in front of us to get a sound test before we've even had the chance to actually open our doors and serve you guys. And
okay, two comments. One, we urged you to postpone a month and talk to the neighbors, and maybe you could convince them. Two, if we had any ability to have you get a sound study before you open the sandwich place, we would have, but we don't. Our leverage is on the liquor license, and we are concerned about letting a liquor license go forward without what we feel are reasonable protections to the residents.
Frank, before we keep talking, and Darren keeps answering, we lost our team again.
Sorry.
Well, Frank, let me just say this.
No, I'd like you to wait, please, so the entire committee can hear your response. Otherwise, you're just gonna have to say it again.
Sorry, hold on.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for noticing that, Gary. I don't know what's going on there.
Sorry for the awkward silence. It's awkward.
Oh, and just to be clear, Mitchell and Darren, what I meant is the case. We are very concerned about places not having been previously licensed, getting licensed, because it really changes quality of life in ways we can't really measure, and a sound study is one of the few ways we can, particularly in old buildings. You just don't know how the sound travels.
We're
I
back.
understand. No,
The room needs, yes, we're back now. You've unmuted.
So
Okay.
anyway, Frank, to answer your.
Can you just, Mitchell, can you repeat the question that you're answering so everyone can know what they might have missed?
Frank mentioned two things. One is speaking to the community, and the second is the sound study. So let me answer the first. We've already agreed that we will meet with the community prior to your full board meeting. That doesn't mean we're gonna push it off, but we'll meet with them immediately. Tell me who I have to meet with, because to be honest with you, we sent out letters and no one got back to me. Oh, now Frank's gone.
He's here. He's hearing
Okay,
you.
okay. So no one got back to us as far as the letters, or one community board got back to us, asked for the questionnaire, Steve from, I think, Community Board 15, and we sent him that. And I don't see him on. So these 40 people, or who we should meet with, we have no problem doing that prior to the full board meeting.
We specifically said we would like you to meet with the tenants in the building.
It's not a problem.
Yeah, that's
Not a-
good. Like I said, we're glad it's not a
On
problem.
that note, I'd like to motion to approve with all the
But
stipulations.
where are we on the acoustical?
Added.
Sound study. Yeah.
Okay,
Will you agree to a sound study? Yes or
I'm not
no?
sure about that yet. We'll get back
Well,
to
we
you
have
on
to
that,
vote
because
tonight, and
we're really not, can I finish, please? We're really not doing much there. And sounds of an espresso machine, I'm not doing a sound study
We've heard
for.
that before, excuse
And,
me.
can I,
We've heard that before, you've said it at least 3 times. I've heard espresso machine. We're saying we want a sound report. That's one of the
Understand.
stipulations we're putting in our motion. Okay?
we'll get, why don't you do this?
There's
How
a
about
list
this?
of approved.
Why don't you send the
There's a
draft
New York City list of
stipulation, and
approved
we'll get back to you on it.
And you can get that. Nellie has it for you. Okay. Is there a motion?
Wait, sorry, we can't send draft stipulations that you get back to us. We have to take a vote now on what you agree to stipulate to.
You know, I don't think a sound study is really warranted here. I mean, it's really, you know,
That means.
I gotta speak to my client about that, but I don't really see that, to be honest with
The
But-
tenants do feel it's necessary.
Look, you
I
have a
think
choice.
we have an answer.
Can postpone a month and discuss all this with your client, with the neighbors. Maybe everyone will decide you don't need one. But I have to say, at the moment, your, recalcitrance here is not sending a good message. To me, at least.
you. I don't think it's recalcitrance at all, to be honest.
Okay.
Oh,
There's an example.
it's the espresso machine.
So to be clear, the motion on this, did you make a motion?
Yeah.
The motion on the table is to approve with the stipulations, which is to meet with the tenants of the building and have a sound study.
And the hours.
The hours.
5 hours.
Okay.
But they're not
But
stipulating.
the question for Mitchell and Darren is, if we agree, if that's what we vote on and that's what goes into this, there's no coming back. So will you agree to that? And if not, we need to know now. And then the question is, will you postpone a month, talk it out, come back to us next month? Or just deny? Yeah.
Okay, well, what we have done in the past is vote to approve with those steps and give the applicant a couple days to let us know. And if they don't agree to the steps, it becomes an outright denial. And I'm okay with that here. But
I think that's fair.
okay, but the steps, just to be clear, you're closing at 7 p.m. Sunday to Tuesday, 8 p.m. Wednesday to Saturday. You're gonna meet with the interested building residents prior to October 4. No outdoor seating, right? And
The
you,
bench? There's a
No, we're not
bench.
referring to bench. We're referring to
There's no
sidewalk.
bench.
you keep saying there's no outdoor seating, so I'm just confirming that.
Well, Darren, you gotta answer to that, because you told me there's a
Yeah,
bench.
there is a bench there, and within our property, not on the sidewalk. There will not be anything on the sidewalk, no seating or chairs there, but there is a two-seater antique-ish little bench that is within the fenced area abutting the window.
But what we have heard in no uncertain terms is that people drinking and potentially gathering out there is going to add to the noise problem. So I think that's a fairly major issue that we've already heard about from people.
Guys, whether it's a bench for them to sit or whether they're standing eating the sandwich is not going to be material. It's not going to make
It's about them drinking, with all due respect. This is about a liquor license. This is about them drinking outside. They can eat a sandwich outside. That is not our concern.
But it won't be licensed to allow alcohol out there.
Oh, no.
Okay, so there isn't an objection to the bench being out there. You're limiting it to serving alcohol there. Is that what we're talking about?
Correct.
I gotta discuss the ramifications with Mitchell. So,
Okay. Why don't you just, I mean, we have all these open issues. Why don't you just agree to come back in a month? I mean, we've got 8 other things to do tonight and it's 9 o'clock.
I'm ready to recommend or make a motion to recommend denial.
I'm there too. I think either come back.
Can I do that first? I did that.
Yeah,
like 2
no,
hours
okay,
ago.
I'm ready to triple the motion that was made 2 hours ago for denial.
What do you guys want to do? You want to come back in a month? And I really think you can work these out, but you really shouldn't be doing it on the time.
I thought we were at the stip and getting back to you in 2 days, so I don't know how we're at a denial right now. I'm willing to do that.
Because we had a conversation already about no serving alcohol outside, no outside, and now we're back to the bench. So it just feels like we're going circularly.
Give us a stip, let's have
Sorry.
72 hours.
No.
Then don't. It's okay. It's okay.
So I think where we are is that we have those tips that we want. And then if it doesn't work, this is denial,
Great,
right?
great.
So they're going to discuss that, and if they don't agree with that, then at the full board, it will be a denial, and that's it. That's where we are.
Okay.
No.
So the resolution-
No negotiating room on this. We're not going to go through this again. So
No,
we don't have- yeah.
that's it,
We've
that's
gone
it,
through
we're
this.
done,
Frank, summarize.
we're done.
Okay, the hours we're talking about, Sunday to Tuesday, 8 to 7, Wednesday to Saturday, 8 to 8. They're gonna meet with the building residents. They will provide a sound study and no drinking on the benches.
Right. On our
Motion.
second.
All
Let us-
those in favor?
you'll let us know by Friday whether you agree to that, and otherwise this committee's recommendation is outright denial.
Thank
Okay.
you so much for your time. Yeah.
We have to vote.
Wait, sorry, I haven't voted yet. Yeah.
What?
Go ahead and vote, guys. We made the motion.
We made
Yeah.
a motion, it's.
I thought you voted already.
No, I do not vote to recommend. I think we have a tremendous amount of community opposition and an application that I've never come across like this.
On deny, all others, yes?
Okay, Mike, how are you voting?
Mike,
Double.
I wrote A, aye.
Okay,
On the motion, aye on the motion.
and Frank,
okay.
where's Frank?
Frank, how did you vote?
Sorry, I vote in favor of what I articulated.
Okay. Very
Approve,
good.
treated the steps, otherwise denial.
Right, okay, moving on, number 9, 313 West 46th Street.
Hello, how's it going?
Hi.
Hi. So my name is June. I am the executive chef and owner of a new spot we're opening in Hell's Kitchen, Restaurant Row. It's a Korean tapas restaurant. We're applying for a wine, beer, and cider license. It was previously licensed back in the 1990s for hard liquor as well. We're gonna be like that neighborhood spot that you want to come for a date, maybe hang out with friends. Nothing crazy. It's like very good food. We're gonna do like drink pairing with our food and stuff like that. It's like cozy ambiance, like casual fine dining, that kind of vibe. Do you guys have any questions?
No questions, comments? Nelly?
I have 2 hands raised. I have Vanessa and Adrian.
Okay, Vanessa's hand is
First
raised.
Vanessa. And then Adrian.
Adrian.
Here's Adrian.
Adrian, unmute.
Hi, I'm not sure whether you can hear me on the phone or.
You can hear you.
Hear you.
Okay. I have absolutely no objection to the application at all. But I just wanted to mention that as a resident of 310 West 47th Street, a 70-unit building, which has 35 units facing 47th Street and 35 facing the back of Restaurant Row, including the Ring Plaza, Kai Ramen, the new restaurant, Beko, etc., is that very often it's not the noise or the sound inside a restaurant, it's the sound outside the restaurant. So we face the HVAC units, the refrigeration units, the stove vents, etc. So with the older restaurants, we've had very little problem at all. But sometimes with the newer places, actually specifically the Ring Plaza, we have a lot of trouble with the noise or smells. You know, the 100 pounds of bacon that the Rio Plaza cooks every morning. But they have, sometimes the vents aren't faced in a great direction, or there are malfunctioning HVAC units. And so inside the restaurant, they can't necessarily hear, you know, the grinding of the ball bearings with fan belts, etc. But we can hear it. And so the idea is preferably, you know, we try to talk to the restaurant first, because, you know, 311 to me is the second resort, it's not the first resort, but I want to do the neighborhood thing and tell them, but that doesn't often end well. And so we end up calling 311 and waiting for the sound inspectors, et cetera, et cetera. So long story short, don't want to go on because you poor people have had this meeting for like 42 hours already. But if we could have some sort of a direct contact information to the manager of the restaurants, an email, a cell phone, because sometimes I walk over there or my neighbors walk over there and it's not very productive.
Yeah,
because the manager's like, okay, you know, but to get to the owner is a little bit, it's a bit more efficient. So that's all. I don't know how, I don't know how that would happen. I know that you post it on your, you know, your door or whatever it is, or let us know directly, but for 310 West 47.
Yeah,
But
email
we
works.
just-
I'll be there like I'll pretty much like live there. Like I like so like I'll be there all the time as well. So I don't think that'll be an issue at all, to be honest.
I don't
Because-
if
No,
Nelly could,
I didn't imagine it would be. I mean, it's just unfortunately you've had someone, you know, some bad experiences in the past with months of like a machine that was not functioning and the place is ignoring us. So, you know, but just
You know,
since you're
you have
applying
the
for
mic?
a new license, it seemed a great opportunity, just to let
Adrian?
you know. We're happy you're
Adrian?
here. And if you could do that for us, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Adrian,
Absolutely.
please contact Nellie Gonzalez at Community Board, because all the applicants for a liquor license have their telephone number on the application. Some of them even provide their cell phone number, so Nellie will be able to give that to you.
They do, but very often I've had to look back, like in the records, you know, to the initial application to
So
find
please
me.
reach out to Nellie, and she will give you that information.
Oh,
Thank you
perfect.
very much. And the other person who wants to speak now?
I think her hand's just been raised forever.
Vanessa?
Vanessa, are you there to speak on this particular item, or you just have your hand raised perpetually?
Vanessa, you have to accept being promoted if you want to speak.
Okay, otherwise, okay, Vanessa, go ahead, unmute.
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. This is, I've been with my hand raised because I just have a question for the community board. It's not related to this, but it's about the liquor licenses because I'm applying to one. I just filled my
Okay, I think
application.
if you have a question about our process, contact Nellie. Nellie will give you all the information you need to know about the process. Okay?
No, it's not about the process. It's about the standardized notice that I sent to the community board. And I haven't received an answer.
I'm sorry, you what?
Sent a notice to the community board and hasn't received an answer. Did you send it to Nellie Gonzalez?
I sent, yes, and I've been sending Nelly Gonzalez more than 4 emails and I haven't received an answer back. So I'm just worried and I just want to know what to do because it's with the community board that I need to get into communication. And I send my standardized notice through the certified mail that they asked me to.
Where's Nellie?
Ellie, can you take down her name and make sure to get back to her?
Yes, I will take your name. Give me 1 second.
Appreciate it. I sent it back in August 11.
Okay, do we have a,
Yeah, motion.
good motion, and do we have a second on this motion?
Second.
And all those in favor?
Yes,
I am.
and then online.
Online, Terry, I think your hands up, Mike,
Aye.
okay, opposed, present not eligible, abstaining, Frank, did you vote?
I voted in
Okay, item number 9, taxes.
Thank you, guys. Take care. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Good luck on your new
Much
restaurant.
appreciated.
Number
Please stop
10,
by.
Yeah. Come through for great vibes. Have a good night, guys.
West 17th Street, PK Diner. Okay, William, are you the applicant there for the PK Diner?
Yes, we are the applicant. PK's Diners are LLC at DBA's Electric Burrito.
Before we jump in, do we want to make sure that Nellie has Vanessa's contact information so Vanessa can go? I mean, Vanessa, you're welcome to stay, but.
Thank you.
Now, do you have her contact information?
Yes, I have her contact information through Zoom. I will contact her.
Thank you, Vanessa, she has it.
Appreciate it. Have a great night, everyone.
You too, thank you, Vanessa. Okay, guys.
All right. Yeah, so we.
Again, guys, how are you?
Oh, Frank is your lawyer.
Frank's our lawyer.
Evening, guys, how are you?
Hi, Brian.
Introduce yourselves, guys.
Yeah, I'm Will Wyatt. This is Alex DeBoer. Yeah, we currently own a burrito restaurant called Electric Burrito in the East Village, and we are looking to expand. We are keeping the concept pretty much the same, but since we have a bit more space in this one, we're looking to add just a beer or two to our menu so that people can have it with their food, just supplementary.
Okay.
Right?
Frank, based on our prior discussion, I assume you're okay with
Yeah,
eliminating.
take the outside off. Take the
out-
outside off,
Okay,
right, Will?
Yeah, outside's fine. We don't even have that approval from our landlord. That was just in case we renegotiate our lease down the line. So that's no problem at all.
So we're not talking.
Well,
about
we'll come
anything-
back, I'm sure, once there's a plan.
right.
Once you get the, we know the rules and the regs.
All we're saying, the application does not extend to any outdoor seating.
Yes. That's okay with us.
So I have
Go ahead, Christine.
a question. It sounds like it's a pizzeria today, right? Or it's a pizza, but what is it? It's a pizza place. So are we concerned about the sound above? Because it's very residential, just above and on the right side. Are you going to do any soundproofing in the place?
We are going to be replacing the ceiling tiles with something that is more insulated. Outside of that, our mode of operation is going to be exactly what was there before. We're using the same speakers that the pizza restaurant had. We'll have a similar amount of staff.
Okay.
That's a good.
That's a good answer.
Yeah. Question that I spoke to Christine asked about the bicycles.
Right.
Now that you're expanding, what's happening with the bicycles? Can you keep them indoors?
Yeah. Outside delivery. Who is doing your deliveries? Bicycle deliveries?
We will be available on third-party apps on Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats. There are two entrances to the premises. One is going to be specifically for picking up the online deliveries, just so that we don't cause any congestion in the entrance.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
That's it.
Additional questions?
Second.
Wait, hold on, guys. Anybody from the community now?
Those people.
There's no one from the community.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a resolution? All those in favor?
Thank you, guys.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm excited to be part of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Good luck. Now, we've come up to number 11.
Hey.
Coincidentally, 111, 111,
Oh.
24th Street.
Coincidentally.
What a coincidence. Is the applicant here?
Hi, Bert.
No, the oldest.
Okay.
Oh, you're anti.
No. Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
If you guys
I'm
remember, you
Bernardo.
heard this last month. Go ahead, Bernardo, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just introducing myself. My name is Bernardo. I'm with Mike's Hospitality. And we're looking to open up a high-end karaoke lounge in 111 West 24th Street.
And the way I understand, you had a meeting this morning with some of the residents of the building and the building behind you?
No. No, every attempt was made to have a meeting.
We had decided, or we had agreed or scheduled the meeting for Tuesday, right, Tuesday morning.
I tried to schedule it 3 times, but it was unfortunate, the resident schedule wasn't that flexible. I offered 3 different dates.
Would this be adjourned for them to speak?
No, the residents need to make some effort.
No, but they're.
No, only one.
Okay, so could you were here before last month, right?
They were.
Yes,
Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
here.
we were here last month.
And one of the reasons we postponed,
There was
if I remember correctly, was to have more communication between you and the residents. I don't think
That's
I'm
correct, Bert.
missing
Nellie was good enough to make an email introduction. I emailed CC Bernardo. I think there was, the lady's name was Susan Edgar. I reached out to her. She was very sweet. She reached out back. She said she'd get in touch with me with dates. I followed up offering other dates. She told me that one date was good, but she had to check with the other residents. No one ever got back to me. The day before the purported meeting, I reached out again and said, can you tell me what's going on? And her response was the other neighbors never got back to her. And now she has things booked for that day. So we have not been able to have a conversation. We want to.
I'm disappointed to hear this.
Yeah, and I could say I was on the email, we did make an attempt, but we have taken the suggestion of Frank and one of the tenants to engage with a sound engineer who's done his report, his sound report, made his recommendations. So we've already.
Bernardo, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I recommended Al Firestein to Bernardo, and by coincidence, one of the residents had already reached out to Al. They all had a conversation and decided it would probably be in the best interest of the residents if the applicant paid for the sound report, which we have done. And Al has promised the resident who first contacted him that he would keep in the loop as to what his results are. Is Al present? Nellie?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So we did the report. Is Al Firestein around?
Let me check. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, he is. I'll move him over.
Yeah, that's a bad way of writing this thing. You have to include it at the top.
So we've done the sound report, and Al is probably going to speak about it.
The carpet store.
And Alan, you're on mute. If you're trying to speak, you're on mute.
Okay, you looking for me, guys?
We are.
Yeah, okay. I'll make this really quick, this introduction part. One of the residents and his roommate, John Gottman and Mark, live on the 3rd floor. It's a loft. He's been there for many years. I knew him many years ago when he had a bad situation with a noisy recording studio above him on the 4th floor. So my goal, as always, is to keep everyone happy. So I made a sound report. If you want me to talk about it, I'll talk about it.
Explain it.
Yeah, if you could summarize that in gray,
Okay, so the summary is, right now, because the residents are on the 3rd floor and the karaoke is going to be on the 1st floor and cellar, there's already this essentially a commercial floor as a buffer in between them. Nevertheless, when I play loud sound on the 1st floor, it is heard on the 3rd floor. When I play loud sound in the cellar, it is also heard at a much lower level on the 3rd floor. However, in both those cases, it's not heard very much louder than the noise code limit. And the loud sound that I'm playing is much louder than the sound level that I am recommending that they play at using limiters, as you guys know from all of my reports. So that would not be a problem with the level turned down. But in addition, I'm recommending that they put in a drop ceiling on the 1st floor because there's a commercial tenant going up on the 2nd floor and they could complain, not to mention any possible requirements for a 2-hour fire rating between the floors. And in addition, the karaoke is going to be a bunch of small rooms, but there's also common areas. So they're going to have sound in the common areas, which is not that loud. They're going to have sound in the small rooms that is going to be louder, but both of those are going to be soundproofed. So you have 3 levels of soundproofing. Number 1, lower levels. Number 2, an overall ceiling on the 1st floor, not needed in the cellar. and 3 individual booths that in fact are rooms within a room. The ceiling of the booths is not the ceiling that they're putting in for the soundproofing. It's below that. There you go.
Great summary.
Great, thank you.
Sounds very good. By the expression. So you are making recommendations. Now, does that mean, Frank, the client is going to implement the recommendation?
Correct, and
Of course.
yes, and we're also engaging, our architect is also engaging with a very high-end provider that could follow the recommendations that Al has mentioned. So we are working in that, and in all honesty, for us, keeping that noise within those rooms is extremely important, as we have several rooms around. So we already had planned to soundproof them extremely well, but now having Al's report, we have something to follow.
As we said last month, it's crucial for one karaoke room not to bleed sound into another or into the common areas.
That's good.
So
we have thanks, Frank. We have some people on the committee here. Inga?
This question is for, Frank Holzubiak. Frank, I see you in there. It's getting dark where you are. Can you tell, we voted on this in August. We all approved with certain stipulations. Can you re-clarify what they were supposed to do and what they did? We did vote on it. What happened?
Yeah, it was an odd situation. We heard nothing from the community, which we were very surprised about because it had not been previously licensed.
Right.
But no one showed up, and therefore we actually did not negotiate any additional stipulations. We just voted on what they had proposed in the stip form, and that's what we recommended approval of. After we heard from various people in the building next to this on 24th Street, and in the building on 25th Street that abuts it, that none of them knew this was happening, and they all started expressing concerns. So at that, we tried to negotiate a meeting between the applicant and all these interested parties, but it appears, despite everyone's efforts, that couldn't happen. But basically, the local community members were asserting there was a failure of notice. But I think we should put that in the past and just see if they have any concerns, particularly since the building residents seem to have an existing relationship with Al Firestein and presumably trust his work.
Okay, thank you, Frank. I knew we had done something and I just, thank you.
Anybody else in the committee?
It looks like there's a lot of public that wants to.
Yeah, I did see that.
I do.
Candace?
I have a question. Just because you just said it's like an upscale, like I don't remember hearing it being upscale. Do we remember what we talked about, the vestibule about them coming in and out? Because if the doors opening, I see like even in his report.
There were spaces.
There was
inside. Yeah, there was definitely space to keep everyone off the street. If I recall, you have a large space inside and there were spaces.
Yeah, he's trying to talk about that.
Wouldn't leave with the doors.
Yeah, for us, yeah, so there will be a transition period to make sure that we control the flow. There's always going to be existing reservations, so we'll have a good crowd control. And there's actually no visibility from the outside into the place at all. We want it like that. We want it, so that there's no hanger-oners outside, and we will have security out there as well. So.
Okay, thank you. I see we have some people from the neighborhood who have their hands raised. We have 2 here physically, and then I see we have 10 hands raised online. So considering the time, Jesse suggested, please keep yourself to 2 minutes each. And if you want to repeat what someone else has said, rather than repeat it, say, I agree with the person who just spoke. Okay.
Great. May I stand up?
Yes.
My name is Randy Milch.
I live at 110 West 25th Street. Thank you very much, and I applaud your the iron in your butts that you're still here. It's very, very impressive. I don't know anything about the rules that you follow. Everything I'm about to say, I've gleaned from the kind of reactions you've had so far this evening. You were very concerned about 2 or 3 live performers at a venue. Here we're going to have literally hundreds of live performers every night. You were concerned about the hours of operation, limiting them in certain instances in residential areas, which this is, to reasonable hours, 10 p.m. on many nights, a little bit later on the weekends. They want to go to 2 a.m. every night. We talked about the 500-foot rule, which I didn't know it existed, but there's at least 4 bars already within 500 feet of this bar in a place that has never had a liquor license. Okay, so I want to put that for you. That is, Barcade is 446 feet, One Star is 417 feet, Bar Cicchetti in the Hotel Moto is 49 feet away, and the Marriott Hotel, which is on 25th Street right next to me, is 250 feet away. For all these reasons, we encourage you to, as members on 25th Street, to severely limit, if not outright deny, this request. This is a residential area. By the way, we are the abutter on 25th Street that Mr. Zubiak mentioned. We were never contacted. We were never informed in August. We were never contacted since then. Mr. Belullo, if you'd like to try to arrange something with the residents of 110 West 25th Street, the abutter, we would be more than happy to do that, but we haven't heard from you. One final comment. Mr. Firestein's sound report sounds very good. I would love to read it. I hope that is made part of the record. But I would also say no sound report has been done for a very critical item. This is a 6-story building that is in a vertical canyon with taller buildings. We are a 12-story building. The stratus is God knows how tall, 40 some odd stories. And 2 hotels have gone up on the other side. It's a vertical canyon. There at the bottom of the vertical canyon. What's going to come up that is not in Mr. Firestein's report is exhaust fans from the kitchen that is going to run till 2 a.m. is going to be at the bottom of this vertical canyon, and 2 new large air handlers that we saw in the report are going to be at the bottom of this canyon. My bedroom window is directly beside those things, right? I'm on the 9th floor. They're going to come up some certain amount of footage. I don't know how tall they are. They're going to be They're going to be belching, French fry odor and other noxious substances right up behind my window, and everyone else up that vertical canyon. So I would ask Mr. Firestein if there's a way to do a sound check for that vertical canyon, that echoing vertical canyon that we are going to hear and smell this karaoke bar for till 2 a.m. every evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have visual aids with me. I like visual aids. My name is Mark Tekashin. I live in this building, 109-1. West 24th Street, on the 3rd floor. John Gottman's. The previous owners from the building was bought 2 years ago. The previous owners had me manage the building. I was I was a sales guy, I was everything, but they were out of time. They were dealing with ramparts. Coming out of architecture, I understand a lot. I know the building. I know when it creaks, I know when it leaks. It's leaking right now, by the way, so if you guys want to hear the leaking, I can leave these with you. The building does not have a CE certificate of occupancy. Since 1945, there are over 24 major violations, which is going to take a very long time to fix. Okay, they are changing right now the K4 zoning into a club. Okay, which means they have to get a variance on the zoning. So let me go to the visuals. Everybody is talking about noise, smell, and everything. From an architectural point, this company in London, Brickwork, knocked out a bunch of stuff and said, knock down the walls, do this, do that. This is our building, okay? There's one thing that's being overlooked. In their plans, they want to take out a 40-foot primary and secondary load-bearing wall. What makes the thing really peculiar about this whole thing is, and I'm going to go to this one, it's in 1940, after 1945, this part of the basement was excavated by 1.5 feet. They took out 4 of the cast iron cast iron supports. Okay, so by doing so, they're now reliant on the secondary load-bearing wall, which is here. Okay, now they're suggesting taking that out, excavating over here, which would underpin these pieces. Okay, these cast iron. And if you know cast iron from materials and process, they will withstand up to a point, and then they shatter. You're going to take out, based on this layout and based on what happened in the past, 60% of the vertical structure to hold the building up is going to collapse. It's not there. All you're going to have left are these 6, 7 vertical pieces. The floor is concrete, the only concrete floor. The rest of the building is wood with steel I-beams. That floor at a minimum is 250 tons. This wall was put in by the original architects and builders when the building was built. Shortly after it was built, it became a police station, not a police station. And there are horse hitches here, basically verifying the fact that that wall has been there. It is not a cosmetic wall. It is in fact a structural wall. And to have this ripped down for a karaoke club, to have a big bar in the basement, does not make any sense. Look at their drawings, look at the place. And by the way, the building leaks all the time. And last night we had rain. If you want to hear the rain, scan the QR code, go to the video and listen to the rain, because we have Niagara Falls in the basement and it always floods. The new owners have not done anything to improve the infrastructure. We have, by the way, the building has no heat. They're running off little portable heaters in the garage. Only 3R got heat in February after a year and a half. And we're IMD tenants. It is, to put this in is an insult to the tenants and to the residents and to the neighbors. And in fact, they should fix the building first before they consider anything.
Thank you.
And all I was doing, by the way, I was on the 3rd floor. I just opened up the elevator. Listen to what you're hearing. You want. And last night it rained, as you know, and the basement's flooded. This happens every week, every month. It's flooded. By the way, corrosion is the biggest culprit in having a building collapse in concrete and in cast iron. Unless I'm missing something with the karaoke club, unless this is a aqua karaoke, they're going to be having a karaoke club in the pool. So I don't think anybody understands what's going on. I just picked out one item out of 8 items. And basically, don't take the wall.
Thank you. Yeah, you have people.
It's gonna be a first for this committee. If you vote to approve the liquor license, the building will close.
It is a first. Nelly, could you bring some of those people over?
Yes, I'm gonna bring 3 people at a time. First up is Susan, Kate, and Steven.
A friendly reminder, please keep your remarks under 2 minutes. Give you a little nudge.
I'm Kate Edgar. I'm sorry, I'm not sure, Nellie, if I should be speaking now.
We are now on item number 11. Is that what you want to speak?
Yes, it is. I'm gonna second.
Stuff for 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I can be briefer than that. I'm also a tenant in the building, 111 West 24th Street. I agree with everything that Mark and Randy have said, and then some. You may wonder why we choose to live in this building, given what you've just heard about its condition. We haven't had Con Edison service for, I think, probably about a decade, because the conditions in the basement are so bad that they disconnected us long ago. And simply the reason is because we can afford the rent. My husband's an artist. We've been in the community in this building for over 4 decades. And it is our home, for better, for worse. I'm willing to take that risk for myself, but I am not keen on the idea of hundreds of people a night being at risk from fire. You know, the architectural, the application talked about ADA compliant. There is a single elevator that serves the whole building. So that means that we residents, in addition to elbowing our way through a crowd to get to our home at night, I don't know how people are going to evacuate this building if there's a fire, as is not unlikely given the state of the building.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen.
Steve, you're mute.
Steve, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted, so maybe you should.
Okay, I'm sorry. You should be able to hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
All right. Now there's a little button on my standalone mic. I turned that off. So let me introduce myself. My name is Stephen Orell. I'm an attorney. I represent the Chelsea Stratus condominium. It's located at 101 West 24th Street, which is a 40-story residential new condominium, relatively speaking, with 204 units, 400 residents, 30 of whom are children, balconies on a line that overlook directly where the front of this place will be. And it is next door to the building in which this applicant is seeking to put a 2-story karaoke bar. And I'm here to speak for the condominium and say 2 things, well, several things. And I'll try to be as brief as I can and not repeat anything. But I'm asking for complete denial of this because it violates, it seems to me, almost every rule in this community board's policy statement that's on your website regarding concentration and location of alcohol serving establishments. I could read it back to you, and I think it's going to apply 100% to what's going to happen here. All right, this is, and some of the factors have been gone through at length tonight on other application. It is a mid-block location that has never been previously licensed. The sign Montauk Carpet is still there. It is a predominantly residential block. I don't know if Mr. Mello, I believe he's in Florida. I don't know if he's there today, but I don't know if he's ever walked that block. I walked it today. It is predominantly residential. There are large apartment buildings on 3 of the 4 corners on that block, including my clients. Never licensed, and it certainly wasn't licensed as a bar when this building was built or any of the unit owners moved in. And what's going to happen, it says in their applications, the capacity 170. All right, that's at any one time. And as somebody said, people reserve the karaoke rooms for 2 hours, 3 hours. They turn it over every night, twice, right? So there's going to be 300, 400 people every single night until 2 a.m. The front entrance to my client's building, that brand new condominium, is right next door. It's within about 20 feet of the front entrance to where this basement karaoke club is going to be. There will be congestions, there will be crowds, there will be people outside. We've seen it happen. You've seen it happen. You've seen it happen so many times that you wrote it into a policy statement about all the complaints you have received about quality of life, disruptions to quality of life caused by the increasingly heavy concentration of alcohol serving establishments, I'm quoting now, as well as their presence on predominantly residential narrow side streets. The concerns expressed by the community, and I'm expressing them proactively here tonight, include increased noise and sidewalk congestion when patrons enter and leave, often in groups. Well, that by definition is what will happen with a karaoke club. And when they smoke on sidewalks outside these establishments, increased traffic as patrons drive into and out of the neighborhood and circle the streets seeking parking, disruption to the sleep of community residents from the noise accompanying these establishments. because they commonly operate until very late in the night, as this applicant seeks to do, till 2 a.m., 7 nights a week. That's in the application. You say in your policy statement that for places like this, mid-block, not previously licensed, on a residential side street, you rarely recommend approval of applications for liquor license for such establishments, as particularly those that seek to stay open late past 11
Okay.
p.m. So
Thank you, Steve.
let me just say, 3 of my clients, unit owners, submitted email. I sent them to Ms. Gonzalez this afternoon. I would have had more if I had more time. As far as Mr. Firestein, I spoke to him last Friday. Because I trust and respect Al a great deal, and we've retained him many times ourselves. But the report wasn't ready then, and I haven't seen it yet either. And the application did not have any stipulation regarding acoustic report. In fact, it said there wasn't going to be an acoustician, and I know he hasn't done any sound testing inside our building. That's
okay. Thank you, Steve.
Thank
you.
That's fine. But can I just wrap up with one thing? The 500-foot rule
thought
requires
you
a
had
showing
that.
of public interest.
Yeah, the 500-foot rule, we have, SLA takes care of that. Okay. Next, Nelly, please.
Okay. Next we have, so anyone that wants to speak, I will promote you, but if you want to speak, you have to accept to be promoted. If you don't, you will not be able to speak. Now, next I have Susan, Sylvia, and Sonia.
We're sisters.
There is Sylvia. Okay, Sylvia. Please adhere to the 2 minutes. Unmute.
I know you said Susan, Sylvia, and Sonia. If you're ready, I'm ready.
Right. Okay, go ahead, Sonia, 2 minutes. Thank you.
I'm a unit owner at Chelsea Stratus at 101 West 24th, the building that Stephen just spoke about. And I'm not just a unit owner. My family owns multiple units in the building. So I hope my voice represents more than, 0.5% of unit owners at that building. I just like to say that I also vehemently oppose the approval of a karaoke bar next door, which, as the first gentleman who spoke, also talked about noise pollution, as well as kitchens and, pungent orders coming in and affecting quality of life. I really just came on here to express my opposition towards the approval of the karaoke bar and my concern for the foot traffic, the noise, of course, we all are talking about, but as well as the foot traffic, the safety of the residents of the Chelsea Stratus. Thank you for bringing up that it is a primarily family occupied building, along with several families with children. But just the close proximity to the building also impacts the safety of the people who work in our building, who have also been there. They are like family, just right next door to the staff entrance, as well as the glass panel in the front of the building. We saw what 3 years ago brought to that neighborhood, and I would be very concerned about the safety and well-being of the residents as well who live in the building on top of the proposed karaoke bar, just because of the glass, the proximity, the noise, the late hours, as well as a liquor license and what kind of
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
Sylvia, you can unmute.
I'm sorry, there you go. This is Sylvia Lacter. I'm a property owner on the block, down the block from this proposed karaoke club. And I think it's one of the worst ideas I've ever heard for that particular building, not only for the safety concerns, because the building has been so badly neglected. I think it's a very dangerous situation waiting to happen. Also, there was absolutely no notice to anybody in the community in the area that this was being proposed. It's a family neighborhood, and I'm really concerned about the noise, the drinking. Karaoke draws large and often drunken crowds. And I strongly hope that the community board votes no against this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Diana Lucas and then Jeffrey Lazarus.
I can go next if that's fine. Hello, everyone. My name is Diana Lucas, and I'm a resident of 110 West 25th Street, which is directly behind the proposed karaoke club. I'm a resident of apartment 2, so I'm on the second floor, which is directly diagonal to this proposed first floor club. I am a mother. I have a 4-year-old daughter whose bedroom directly looks out on the back of the club, and 2 boys that are to be born any day. And their bedrooms will also be located in the back of the building, where next to in proximity. So I second everything that Randy said earlier, but I would ask, has there been any sound study to understand the direct impact within 10 to 15 feet from the exterior of the building? Because that directly impacts, families such as myself, as well as other residents around us who have young children who are trying to sleep at night, with a venue that they're proposing will be open until 2 a.m. So I would just ask that to be a consideration. The second thing that I would ask is that there are back doors from the emergency exit on the back of that building, and would ask that if there's any way to stipulate, if there's any way this is approved, which I hope it's rejected, but that there are restrictions on allowing any employees of the club to exit through the rear of the building, because that will immediately create additional sound that travels up. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Am I up? Okay.
Jeffrey, go
Hi,
ahead.
hi, this is Jeff Lazarus. I'm also at 110 West 25th Street. Just echoing what Randy and Diana said, I just want to make it clear that that whole line of windows that faces the proposed karaoke building is primary bedroom space for everyone in our building. So this is going to be a big noise concern for everyone. Randy called it a vertical canyon. I would call it a megaphone. All the sound travels and amplifies through that canyon, that corridor between the buildings. And the last thing I would want to ask or have clarity on is what exactly will the karaoke facility be doing behind their space adjacent to ours? We have infrastructure in place on the ground floor that is going to be right up against where the karaoke club proposes to be. I'm concerned about what additional equipment is going to go behind there, and to what extent it might affect our equipment. We have a lot of air conditioning equipment and other infrastructural equipment that exists that services half the building right against the karaoke property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Ann?
Thank you. I'm also a resident and an owner of in 110 West 25th Street, and my husband and I have kids. We are also concerned about our quality of life and being able to sleep at night. I would add, I echo everything that Randy, Jeff, Diana said, and other residents around the block. And I would just say that when the Moto has events every now and then, it keeps us all up, and it's very loud. It's like it's happening in our living rooms. So, that's right next to this venue, and we're really concerned about the noise and disruption, as well as just, the increased traffic in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
Next, Nelly?
Next, we have Alan and then Chris.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alan Dwan, resident of 110 West 25th Street. Furthering the comments from Randy, Diana, and others, there's significant concern about safety and for our children. Again, three children under 4. There's a fire escape in the back of our entrance that if you get into the alleyway, you are able to climb up the fire escape and into our homes. There's been risk of that. I believe in many years past, there has been people that have broken into the building in the past. So having a club that has access to an escape that goes right into the alley is of high concern for the safety of our family. And I would welcome Al Firestein. We will happily have you come in and do the sound testing for second floor. It's residential from second floor up. And again, highly concerned about sound, safety, and the viability of how this would impact the neighborhood. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Ryan. Chris is next.
Hey guys, Chris Okada here. I'm actually one of the owners of the property, and I just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about our journey into how we chose this company. We had acquired the property in the middle of COVID, pretty much in late 2021 when we acquired it. There were over 47 violations in the property. Each one of these had to get cleaned up. The residents, they know, we try to work with them. Con Edison, as one of the residents had mentioned, was not in the building for a long time. We're upgrading all the plumbing. We're upgrading all the electricity. 27 items relate to boiler. The boiler has been removed. But for the entire community, I got to tell you guys about the different types of companies that submitted offers for for the retail, the ground floor, and for some of them for the entire property. We had 3 nightclubs of which we declined. These are not karaoke. I'm of Japanese descent. I love karaoke. I think it's a familial and fun thing versus a nightclub. There was a nightclub on 21st Street that wanted a second location. There's a nightclub on 25th Street, right diagonal to us, that wanted an additional location. I actually thought karaoke would have been really incredible. We have an offer from a emergency migrant. There's a migrant crisis in New York City. They have an offer and are aggressively seeking a migrant solution. We have a live jazz group that came to us. We have a comedy club that came to us, and we have a homeless shelter that came to us.
Chris, 2 minutes, can you speak to what we have in front of us?
Yes, exactly right. So I'm willing, and along with Bernardo, we are all willing to work with you guys with all of your concerns as far as, you know, safety and with the family. Of course, I'm a family man myself. I think that all of this is an eye opener for us. And I just wanted to tell you that among all the people, Bernardo and his team, the Singing Machine, were actually some of the most not only financially capable, but I thought was a great concept for the community versus everything else. So that's really just what I wanted to tell you guys. We're here, we're willing to work with you, and we do hope that you hear us out, because we don't want any other tenants, and that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Nelly, is that?
Yeah, I mean, I can I touch?
Hold on. Sorry, Bernardo, hold on. I think we might have one more person. Nelly? I see one more raised hand, Nelly. There
Yes,
she
you can
is.
come over.
Thank you. Alexander?
Yes, hi, how are you? This is Alexander Muzlaev. I'm a general project manager for this proposed space at 111 West 24th Street. I just want to be quick and just to make this comment. Hearing everything that was talking today about the safety of the building, the structural, the issue the building currently have. As I just want to mention that the building is as is condition. And a lot of work that was being described by the users' concerns that they have in regards to the structural element, the plumbing issue, and everything else that's been talked about today. Right now, we're developing the drawings, we're working with the engineers, we're working with the structural engineer who came and assessed the wall that's been in question. We have the report, we have the architect, all the work in regards to this safety of the building is in our agenda, and we will be addressing this as we're going forward within construction. In regards to the exhaust system of the kitchen, it will be, the new system, it's called participator system for the exhaust system that doesn't produce smell as a typical old-fashioned kitchen. So everything is in works. Also, the exits in the back of the building that person make a concern. It will be no access, to the people to go and smoke a cigarette or whatever to do in that back door stair. And additional to the neighbors from a 25th floor building, we don't have any windows in the back of our building that allocate with the second or third floor of a joint building from a 25th Street area. So I'm not sure if this has been communicating to the community board or to the members. We're happy to meet and provide those details and assure you guys that the sound and the safety of the building is our main priority. Everything that's been discussed and concerns, I believe this is a Department of Building jurisdiction. And obviously we cannot operate or do any work without the city to review the drawings and approve our plan, which will, all the safety concerns, fire alarm, sprinkler, and etc. will be.
Thank you. Okay. Nellie? One more. John?
I was wondering if I could add something real quick, just some clarification.
Please, we have one more from the community has their hand raised.
Okay, I don't have visibility to that, sorry.
John, you can unmute yourself.
Okay. I have been surprised that the community board in this meeting has looked at so thoroughly all these issues, such as a beer, having someone buy a 6-pack of beer and walking out of a grocery store, having a coffee shop that wants to have wine and 30 neighbors complained. It was so encouraging to see the community board in action. I went to the community board when there was a recording studio in this building. This building is a wood structure building. The sound in this building transfers from space to space. It's a wood timber construction, wood beam on wood frame construction, as opposed to concrete floors in modern buildings, which offer better forms of acoustical buffering. I hired Al Firestein. There was a huge lawsuit. The recording studio moved out because it wasn't a compatible occupancy. They were forced to move out, and I am also shocked because I had raised the concerns at a meeting with the community board organized with the 3 of our tenants in our building at 111 West 24th Street, that we were never notified, that the community was never notified. And the community board said, oh, there's nothing we can do. We just have to move forward. We can't look back. And here I'm hearing all these people now complaining, and because they haven't heard from the venue, hasn't posted anything. I went personally and I looked at every building. I went into stores, I looked in windows, I looked at telephone poles, I looked at light poles, I looked at mailboxes. There was no posting, zero. zero posting. How are we supposed to know? Then come to find out, the community board approves this application without a completed application. How dare you? The application wasn't complete. How can you approve this this venture going forward without by keeping the community board by keeping the community in the dark, which you've just heard a little bit about, because still many people don't know.
There you go.
I'm sorry?
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, John. I see no more hands now, anyone who hasn't spoken already. Alan has spoken.
Okay, his hand's up still. So
We should put it down.
X. No.
Okay,
All right,
so here is at 10:17.
but we had none of this information the last time. There were no, we did not know that no one knew. We just assumed that no one was interested. It didn't bother anyone. I mean, there are hotels, there are taller buildings, so we had no idea that it was what it is. I don't,
So, Inga, Nellie and I have spent a lot of time over the past 2 weeks talking to people and trying to get people in touch with each other. And I'm very concerned about the failure of communication, and I don't understand it. I mean, there have been people who've been sitting here in this meeting for 4 hours, so I don't believe they were unwilling to meet. So I don't know what's going on.
I agree.
But in some sense, this is reminding me of the car dealership place on 10th Avenue. Because
Yes.
you have some has no community support, is completely opposed by anyone nearby, and it seems to be going into a building that is ill-equipped for it, or at least people don't even know if it can handle this. So it strikes me as a similar situation, that we have someone coming in here without support or even connections to the community and extreme community opposition. But I am troubled by the fact that, you know, despite efforts, and believe me, Nellie spent a lot of time on this, we just, for whatever reason, haven't been able to get people to talk to each other.
I think
Tina and then Wendy.
I mean, the bottom line is I am so uncomfortable with this application. When so many people come forward and they have so many complaints, and yet I hear on the other side, we really want to work with the community, there's a definite disconnect. I don't see this ending, at least on my part, in a positive way. I mean, I'm worried about building structure now, and I'm worried about, which I shouldn't even be worried about. This should have been something that was dealt with, and it wasn't. So I personally could not vote in favor of the application after hearing all this.
Wendy?
What I would add is that I appreciate, and I remember from the previous meeting and then also from tonight, it sounds, you know, we have a good operator. Really appreciate the building owner coming and the project manager. I think all of that is amazing. That's amazing. Agree though that we have a clear disconnect with all the people you have already spoken to. There are still quite a few who just don't feel that they've been heard, that there's been enough conversation, and just have major questions. And the problem that I have is that the questions are of like two natures. One is the business model and just the fear around being karaoke, although I think the argument around you all needed to be quiet because otherwise it's a horrible experience for your patrons. I think all of that, that's really good rationale. But the bigger question is this building question. So if the building is unsafe or just ill-equipped, even for the current residents, it doesn't seem like even maybe this renovation is gonna fix some of these issues, who knows? But whatever that is, that hasn't been communicated to the residents. So as it is right now, for me, I agree, it's also impossible to move forward. It feels like more education needs to happen with the residents to make them feel good about the business model and just the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Frank, in the past, CB4 has had meetings in this space, our old space. We've had people come in, Christine, you were chair at the time. You were chair when we had meetings, Bert, where we get the people all in one room and they just talk. Sort of as an arbitration type thing.
Yes.
Is
Trying
that something?
2 weeks.
Right.
We had a call with the residents of this building probably 2 weeks ago to explain the whole process and said we'd put them in touch with the lawyers, which we did. We then heard from other buildings like the 25th Street building, and Nellie, told the applicant that other buildings were now concerned. And last I heard, there was a meeting that I thought was happening this morning, as did Bert. So I honestly don't know what happened, but there is something, there's some unwillingness or inability to communicate.
Frank,
Well, that's
Frank,
what I'm saying.
it's Al.
Maybe here, here.
Frank, it's Al.
maybe
Could I
here.
respond to a couple of points that were made about sound and some of the other items? Can I have a second?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Very quick.
Okay, very, very quick. Mark, who I met, he said that only vertical pieces will remain. It mentioned the structural thing. I don't know if he's a structural engineer. I don't think he's an architect, but I show a picture of steel beams that were put in that are horizontal. It showed on my report on page 10. Mitch said that my report doesn't address air conditioning equipment. I discussed that in item 13 on page 5. Steve said he has fire concerns. My report states that the premises is fully sprinklered, and I show pictures of that in the report on page 9. One of the applicants said,
let me
all of these points, and I can tell you from the test I did, there's no way any sound is going to leak out to the people on 25th Street or to the neighboring buildings on 24th Street. It's not going to happen.
Problem is lack of communication here. We only got the report today, and none of the community has seen it or talked to anyone about it. It's that no one, we're operating in this realm of uncertainty where we're hearing all these concerns that, we are not experts to judge, and we really need you and the residents in the nearby buildings to try to work this out, because otherwise I personally couldn't support this in the face of all the concerns we're hearing. And, what's distressing is they haven't been worked out before today. And we thought we were giving everybody another month to do that.
And it was very disappointing to hear initially.
Well,
that
if I could,
the meeting this morning didn't happen. For whatever reason, I'm not gonna speculate, I'm not gonna project. It didn't happen, period. And that is disappointing. Now, we could say we'd like it to happen before the full board. But I don't know, people just don't want to hear each other. Go ahead, Christine.
So, talking to the applicant, are you interested in having a meeting?
Okay, so it's a mic. Could I
Christine.
speak now?
Christine, wait a minute.
Go ahead, Frank. Go ahead, Frank. No, go ahead, Frank. Go ahead.
I tried to arrange a meeting. I tried 3 times to arrange the meeting. There was a tentative meeting date for 11:30 this morning. I followed up I think on Friday, saying, because the lady said she had to check with the other neighbors. No one ever got back. No one ever got back. No one ever got back. I followed up and I was told the other neighbors didn't respond to her. So she has other things now and she can't do it.
Right.
We put this thing off for a month.
That
We
just
put this thing off for a month to meet with the neighbors.
Frank, I think there's some miscommunication. Clearly, this on 25th Street is very interested, and they don't. Did you talk to them? I mean, they do not seem like people who would be non-responsive.
Nellie made an introduction. I responded to the person on the introduction.
So back to my question, are you interested to have a meeting And if the community board was setting up a date, could we have everybody come to that meeting? And, you know,
Christine, I was
not-
interested 2 weeks ago. I was interested last week. I'm interested tonight.
I know. I'm just saying, this is, if there is a date which is set up, are you going to manage to have everybody show up? And is the community going to show up? And then that's it. Let's set up a meeting.
I can't answer that question.
Wait, go ahead.
I just want to be sure that Bernardo shows up. I don't just, I mean, with all respect, Frank, I don't want to talk to his lawyer. I want to talk to the guy.
Well, that was my question.
Yeah.
The question is.
Yeah, I would love to have be able to speak. I mean,
No,
you know.
it is bizarre that we have to do it for you. You are such a good business guy. You should be able to call a meeting, right? But so we are ready to do it so that it takes
Wait,
place.
I don't understand what that means, Christine. I did call a meeting. I don't understand what that means.
Fine, stop
Bernardo was on the thread. Of course Bernardo's gonna be there.
I mean, I made my,
Okay.
guys, I would like to say a couple of things, about the communication. This is first time I'm part of this sort of meeting in Nomad. I've gotten to love the neighborhood. Every time I come to New York, I stay in the neighborhood, I walk it, I experience it, I know it very well now. I'm invested in the neighborhood. I want to open the venue here. We targeted this area specifically. I went out and hired professionals within New York City that are professionals, not only with the liquor license lawyer. I was told Frank was the best. I went out and hired the best. I was told that we needed reports from Al, and Al has a history with this building and the community. I went out and hired him to be able to do the report. You know, the owner's rep, the landlord, all these people were recommended, highly recommended members of the community. And I went out, I didn't go out and hired people from Florida or from other parts of New York. I hired people specifically that were recommended to me, that were part of this community. I myself, I'm going to be moving into this community as well. I'm looking for an apartment now, and I'm close to moving to 31st and 6th. I also want to clarify something. I know karaoke has a stigma with it. This is exactly the problem that we're trying to solve. We are going to elevate the experience of karaoke, similar to what Swingers is doing with mini golf, similar to what Top Golf did with driving ranges. This is exactly what our business model is. And although our headquarters are in Florida, we targeted New York. We targeted Nomad because we believe that it's the right place to open. This is going to be very exclusive, by reservations only. Soundproofing is crucial. Soundproofing.
So we will say that we will try, we will set a date, set a place.
And invite everybody.
But I want to say something really quick. I was given a list of emails by the community board. I emailed every single one of those emails on that list. I was told that I needed to put the hearing on outside of the walls. I went and did that, and you guys got pictures of me doing that. Again, I followed everything to the T because I want to be a respectable part of this community. And I've done that. I've hired the right people, even at an expense that were higher than others, because I wanted everyone in the community to feel comfortable that we were bringing the right sort of people to execute this plan accordingly.
Thank you very much, Bernardo. But what we have before us right now is Christine's proposal. I know Frank has tried, we're gonna try it. And we're gonna set a date, we'll figure it out, and a place, and we'd like everybody to talk to each other.
Yeah, just let me know. I'm flying into the city next week, and I'll be there for 2 weeks.
Hold on a second, please. And then we would like to include Alan in that meeting. Okay?
And your architects,
And you
and all
wanna
the
bring this
people which
to-
are going to make everybody feel
But
comfortable.
everybody needs to then talk and look at each other and respond, listen, respond, talk back and forth, and maybe change their position, come to some other perspective. That's what I will go. with.
And we need to postpone by 1 month,
Exactly,
because that's not going to happen in 1 minute.
exactly.
But I think we cannot, I don't think we
You
have.
can't go
the
forward. I don't
votes.
feel good right now to go
We,
forward.
we don't have the votes right now to approve you, even with stipulation, until we have to have this meeting take place. And if you are committed to this neighborhood, which I think you are, I.
30 days won't make.
I think this is the right thing to do so that you personally become part of the community, not just your venue.
And it's also up to the people who are objecting.
To
To
show up.
also make an effort to show up. It's not just, we don't want. It's,
What we live with.
these are the reasons we don't want, and what do you say? Oh, maybe, oh yeah, I didn't know that before. It's called a conversation.
And I think some of the systemic issues in the building, potentially this becomes positive. In the best case scenario, this conversation around what's happening structurally to allow this to come into the basement, into the first floor, sounds like it could be a huge positive.
Carrie?
Building, so.
So we
Yeah,
have,
I'm just building on what Wendy said, and like the idea that the building owner be there is really important because it's concerning to hear, you know, some of the issues that we've heard tonight, which are not in our purview for, you know, BLP, but are in our purview for CB4. So it's concerning to hear some of these issues. And I think that the building owner needs to be there to talk about what they're doing to make this building livable and.
well, I would like to say something also that we already had a structural engineer come
Okay,
to the building.
That's okay, that's okay. That's not what we're talking about now. We're going, moving ahead.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so do we, now, part of the key element here is, I'm sorry, another postponement.
Right. Are you okay with that?
What was
Or
the
not?
question? I'm sorry, what was the question?
You agree
Yeah,
to another month and come to a big meeting that we will give everyone notice of, and then people can either come or not, but no one's going to complain anymore about not being heard.
Yeah, I mean, if we could expedite the meeting, you know, I have people that are based on the last community board meeting that we had, you know, and we have 3-month period. We have people that are ready to start permitting. We already had structural engineers come in and everything. So if we could expedite the meeting, I would have really appreciated it. I could jump on a plane tomorrow if I need to jump on a plane. I actually offered myself to come to the hearing tonight, but on the advice of my lawyer, I was told that I wasn't welcome to come to the community board, but I would have.
He had limited space.
I said they preferred you to be virtual. They have very limited space there.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, Frank, I want to point out that I was going to
You're
fly
right.
in and come into the thing.
We just.
Yes, we'll meet. Yes, we'll meet.
Okay, and you'll come back, we'll put this off another.
We'll figure it out.
That is,
Yes,
thank you,
Frank.
and
Yes,
that's
Frank.
that's a good start to being a really good neighbor, thank you.
Okay. Item number 12.
Okay, now wait a second, just so everyone is hearing this. Nellie will send out an email to, well, anyone who wants to be meeting, email Nellie at the community board office. We will come up with a couple of times when Nellie and I and Bert, if he wants to be there, can make a meeting. I am very available in the next 3 weeks. We'll try to do it sooner opposed to later, and we will send an invitation to everyone who tells us they want to be invited. And we hope everyone comes, okay?
Okay.
Let us know. I'm talking to the residents and the community members. If you want to come, please let Nellie know and give us your contact info.
Frank,
Okay.
what is your meeting next month date? What is the date?
In Tuesday, October, October 10? Is that
I
it?
think it's the 10th.
Yes.
Saturday's 7th.
Yeah, it's the
October
10th.
10th.
Okay, Frank, this is Al. I'll be in Australia on the 10th. In fact, I'll be flying there on the 10th, so I can't be at that meeting.
I
I
know,
can be at a meeting before, but not at your meeting on the 10th.
yeah, but
We're trying to the meeting before.
I just want you there either personally or virtually at the meeting with the community members, which I strongly hope will be in September, not October.
Well,
Yes,
if they do
please.
that, if they do that, let me just say, we should have access and we can do a sound test to assure the neighbors of what's going to happen.
Okay, so
Not virtual, in person.
we'll try to meet next week so that you can do any necessary work before the 10th. Okay?
I'll be there next week. Thank you, Frank, and please help arrange it. I'll be there next week.
We don't have the exact date yet, we'll come to that. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Have a good
Thanks for
night, and
having
thanks, and thanks for
Item number
listening.
12,
Thanks for listening.
168th Avenue.
Thanks, Bert.
Okay, you Donald?
Yep, Donald Bernstein again.
And you have a friend
my-
in front of you.
Manon is, I'm sorry?
You have a friend in front of you.
Yeah, well, she's the queen. If she wants to walk here, she gets to walk there. My client Manon is on with us. So this is the space that was last operated as Mexicu, which was there, I think, since 2017. And it was, I believe, a place called Studio Kraut, if that's right, for a number of years before that. It's been licensed for a number of years. Manon is going to open up an Italian restaurant, Da Andrea. He has one at 35 West 13th Street that he's operated since July 2019. And Manon has been in hospitality and managed restaurants in Manhattan for at least a dozen years before he opened his first restaurant. So this is going to be the second outpost of Da Andrea. The hours of the space are very reasonable. It's from 10 a.m. until midnight. So that's his latest closing hour. He will have generally background music, would like to have some live jazz Saturday and Sunday afternoons. Indoors, there are 48 tables with 129 seats and one bar with 18 seats. I think that, and we did a significant amount of outreach. We not only notified all of the block associations, but we left notices in 19 buildings along 8th Avenue, 17th Street, and 18th Street. We only heard back from 2 individuals. One of them was Michael Glassman from the 100 and 200 West 18th Block Association. And I know that Manon tried to reach out to Michael yesterday and today, and I don't think you got a response yet. Is that right, Manon?
No.
Has not gotten a response. I think he did speak to someone else. Was that Jeffrey Gardner? Is that who you
Yes.
spoke to? And another resident that I know Manon had a fruitful conversation with him today. Let me address the outdoor seating because I expect that's going to be an issue based upon some discussions last month and comments that were made at the meeting this evening. And I understand your concern, given the fact that DOT has not issued regulations yet. We have provided in our questionnaire floor plans of the outdoor sidewalk seating, which Mexicu had, with all of the clearances showing the proper 8-foot and the clearance for servers, everything complying with everything that we have known about the regulations. The concern that Manon has about coming back is that when DOT issues regulations, whether it's fall, winter, or spring, we can't simply amend an SLA application when it's pending. And as you know, an SLA application for final approval, this is being filed as a transfer, so we'll be able to get a temporary permit in short order, but the final approval won't happen for a good 9 or 10 months. That takes us to when, like around May or so. If the DOT issues regulations in January, February, we can come back to you, but we can't amend the liquor license application at the SLA. They're not going to let us do that. The only way to add the sidewalk seating, if we were to withdraw it now, would be to wait until we have final approval and then file an alteration application. And when you add in the 30-day waiting period we have with the community board, then at least 2 to 3 months at the SLA. By the time Manan gets approved for sidewalk seating, it's going to be August or September. He will have lost a complete season. And that puts him in a difficult position, particularly since this was a sidewalk cafe that has been utilized for many years. So what we would like is to keep the sidewalk cafe, to keep the outdoor seating part of this application. If the DOT regulations that are issued comport with what we've known for years and the clearances are all still compliant with the law, then he's approved for it and he gets that. If there are changes and he has to reduce some seating or tables, then he's going to have to reduce them. But we don't want to have to just start the process after he gets final approval and then miss out on next season.
Donald, just to address this, to the extent we've received objections, they've all been about the outdoor seating, taking up space, occupied by vagrants, threatening people. I mean, all sorts of problems with the outdoor seating. So,
are you talking about the roadway or sidewalk?
The roadway, but the community has serious concerns about it. So my concern is that the new regulations, as you know, open restaurants has been obviously highly controversial, and we're hoping the new regulations are going to somehow balance the interest of operators, the community, but we don't know how that's going to happen. And
well, Frank, let me address this roadway because I think I can satisfy you on that. Let me, if I can break down the sidewalk and the roadway. So the roadway seating under the current regulations would have to be taken down by November anyway. And Manan has roadbed seating at his restaurant on 13th Street, which he's a very residential block he's had no problems with. So I think what he's willing to do, and Manan, tell me if I'm wrong, is I think we can take the roadbed seating out of the application because he's going to take down what Mexico had anyway. He's going to put up something nicer if he gets approval for it. And I think he's okay with coming back on the roadbed seating. So I think we can remove the roadbed seating from this application and come back on that.
Let's hear what other people have to say. I mean, and again, nothing to do with, this applicant. I am just concerned about approving anything where we don't really know the rules. And as you know, if the rules are more liberal than we like, we often try to negotiate, something more limiting than what the rules allow. But here we don't even know the rules.
Well, let me just address that, because if the rules are more liberal, we would be limited to what we've put in the existing plans, which are with the rules as they have been.
Let's hear what other people think on this, but appreciate your flexibility.
Yeah, Donald, is there currently, did you put in an application of open cafe or open dining for both of those things?
No, it's too early to do that. We can't do that. And in fact, yeah, if the regulations aren't issued by the time the SLA approves the application, I don't think we can get outdoor seating.
Right.
But if they are issued, which we all hope they are, at least those of us in the industry hope they are. And again, it's, take 9 months. We've got until about May to get these issued. Then we would be able to use the sidewalk seating.
Well, we've been told in no uncertain terms from DOT that at this point, there is no. I mean, we cannot be the one telling you you are okay to continue using a sidewalk cafe which is not approved by DOT.
Right, and I'm not asking you to do that, and I understand that. I agree with you, but what I guess what we're asking is that if assuming the regulations are substantially similar to what they have been, I don't think they're going to reduce clearances. If anything, they're going to increase clearances. They're certainly not going to reduce them. Then we're telling you how many seats, how many tables. We'll tell you that we'll close the sidewalk seating by 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. on weekends. We won't have any music outside. That if that's consistent, then we would have it approved.
I don't personally, I don't think we can do that. I mean, otherwise everybody's going to
Well,
ask for that.
Christine, you and this board have to make your own decisions. I can tell you that we've been before a number of other community boards on sidewalk seating, and they are approving them to the extent they approved them before. That is, if they don't have a problem with the size and location and hours, they're approving them as in the normal course as they have been. With the understanding that we obviously have to get a permit for it, otherwise we can't use it.
Okay, anybody else from, okay. Mandy.
On the light jazz, you said, in here it says that you're gonna have 8 to 10 speakers and that you're willing to put up, panels. I guess a acoustical report, would that be something you'd be willing to do? I know we did with Lulu's, made sure that there was, I think they did jazz and they had to do acoustical as well, so I'll make sure that it's done.
Light jazz or live jazz?
It says light, it just says light jazz for the weekend brunch.
Is that live music? Yeah.
So 8 to 10 small speakers, it says located on the wall, so I would just feel better if there's some kind of acoustical report. And then what we feel about the live jazz, if that's something we're okay with, and it stays inside, it doesn't go outside, it stays inside. So.
Yeah, we can limit the number of people that are going to be playing any live music as well.
She's asking about the sound report.
The sound report for it.
Well, this has been a restaurant for many, many years.
But it hasn't had jazz.
Live music.
Yes.
So. And.
Yeah, I mean, and he hasn't said yes or no if that's something he'd be willing to do.
I have to defer to my client. Manon, what they're saying is that since you want live jazz, they want you to do a sound report.
Yeah, so live music that we're playing is basically, it's not gonna play through the amplifier, and it's literally somebody is a musician is there singing, and we always, especially even during the winter time, also we keep the sound that is the same way we will play the amplifier on a background music. We're not like a bar. We're like I mean, how can I say it? It's not to the extent that people can have conversations.
The board wants to know if you're gonna do a sound report or not, yes or no?
Sound report?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
The community board wants a sound report. Can you say you will do that, yes or no?
yes, I mean, if you guys want it, I mean, I can get that done.
Yes, we do want it, and we'd like it before,
Good.
September 26th. Because that's our full board is October 4th. Okay, Carrie.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the outdoor sidewalk cafe. I mean, I really appreciate everything you're saying, Donald, and that you're, agreeing to all the normal stipulations up front. But it feels like I personally feel like we can't say yes to one application and no to every other application tonight and moving forward. So it's unfortunate. And I guess I want to know if that's a deal breaker, because you brought it up. So I'm curious.
Well, that's up to my client. He's the problem with that is that he may lose 2024. He may get a sidewalk cafe permit in August. So.
It's a first impression, especially for when beginning of us. I mean, I actually work with the neighbors. I'm in the West Village since I was 16 years old, working as a busser. So, and I got a few letters from communities too. I never go against the community, and like every time when I run a restaurant, I make sure
we don't do anything that bothers our community. And the thing is, when we create it, and first impression, if we're I want to create a beautiful garden, and at least to have, if we're getting to have our sidewalk seating, and wait for maybe to when the DOT comes up with the plan for roadway.
Can I just ask a question? Can I ask a question? You talked about other applications. I don't know if, you know, those were new applications. This is a transfer. So this is a place that has had a sidewalk cafe for
No, that's just.
many years. So it's not like you're approving, a new sidewalk cafe that has not been there. There's been a sidewalk cafe there for many years, and we're basically keeping that footprint.
There was maintenance there under the rules and regs of the Department of Consumer Affairs, which stopped issuing rules and regs. It wasn't their purview anymore 3 years ago, the beginning of the COVID, and now nobody has rules and regs because they haven't come up with anything yet. So we can't say, oh, it's gonna fit what's gonna happen and be promulgated in 2024. We have no idea.
And just a quality check on timing. This is September. These rules have to be developed. They have to go out to the public for notice and comment. The agency has to, you know, the odds of them being in final form by the spring, I think, is very ambitious. And then people are still going to have to apply to DOT. So I think it is highly unlikely, you know, whatever we do, that your client would be operating in summer of 2024. But I agree with Bert. You're sort of asking us to approve something under a regime none of us understands yet.
Yeah.
If it's a transfer of a license, though, aren't they going to be also giving the outdoor seating license that's from the previous establishment?
No, they are not, because apparently the license for the outdoor seating is attached to the license for the food, for the food vending, and so the new person has to get a new license for food.
Okay.
And therefore, that's and I asked specifically that question, and they say, no, it's not like that. So we got that from the head of the commissioner of Manhattan, so I think we are pretty sure that this is what's happening. So, and I have another question, which is the vestibules. I'm sure you agree that the vestibule is going to be compliant with the 18 inches, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Right.
Okay.
So that's all I have.
Okay, we had ready? Anybody else in the community now?
Yes, we have 3 people.
Yeah.
Who?
Michael, Susan, and Jeffrey. Jeffrey Gardner.
Okay, Jeffrey, please unmute.
It's,
And
that's one of the 3.
Hello,
I'm
are you
Michael
able to hear
Glassman.
me?
Can I?
Go ahead, Michael.
Okay, hi, thanks. I am Michael Glassman. I'm co-president of the 100 and 200 West 18th Street Block Association. I've lived on the block for almost 20 years now. I'd say, Manon, thank you for your application and your interest in our neighborhood. I'm aware of your restaurant on 13th Street. I lived a couple of doors down from that for a while before moving to 18th Street. So I think it's great that you're coming. I would say from our block association standpoint, the sidewalk seating, I know it's been there going back, you know, to when I first moved in to all the various restaurants that were there. And I think it's a wide sidewalk, and I'm, you know, supportive of that for you. I don't think there's ever been a noise issue from the, kind of that sidewalk seating, and assume it would be, properly, established and not too close to the curb, and in kind of under the proper regulations. The one thing that our block association, all our residents are very opposed to is the in-road dining shed. Right now, we have a huge issue with the Mexican shed that was abandoned 2 or 3 weeks ago. It is the site now where a number of drug users have taken up residence, one of whom, while smoking a crack or otherwise pipe, threatened a resident of our street with her 2-year-old daughter last Friday. And it's being used as a toilet and a garbage disposal. And I would implore you on behalf of the neighborhood to have that removed ASAP. It's a safety issue. But then going forward, I would also request that when the new regulations come out, that you not try or request a replacement in-road dining shed, because in addition to the various issues on 8th Avenue, be from the high teens to the 20s, where there is a high level of crime and other drug use and other issues, we have a tremendous rodent infestation issue on West 18th Street, which is kind of centered on the middle of the block, but really extends east and west of that point. We've had 3 meetings with so
That's your points. Thank you.
okay. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Michael.
Susan?
Hi, everyone. I'm Susan Marshall from the 300 West 18th and 19th Street Block Association. And I'd like to thank you, number one, all for your time and for staying on so long. It's been a long evening. I also would like to thank Abdul and Donald for being so agreeable and amenable, unlike applicant number 7, which was torturesome for everyone. But I just want to say that I've been a diner at Da Andreas since it was on Hudson Street, and then on West 13th Street, and now coming even closer. So I would love to welcome you to the neighborhood and hope the board votes for you to get your license. I do agree with what Michael said about the road thing. I mean, it's just a mess, those sheds and the sex and the drugs and everything, and the rodents. But the sidewalk thing, I'm cool with, and I don't want to take any more time, but kudos to you and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Susan. Jeffrey?
Hopefully you're able to hear me now. I just want to reiterate Michael's points. I'll be short and brief. Simply to say we welcome Don Andrea. We welcome the outreach that we've received from Abdul and Donald. And we really look forward to welcoming the neighborhood. Again, we really oppose the idea of the roadway shed. We have no opposition to the sidewalk shed. We're happy to hear that you're able to perform a sound study for the residents that are living above the restaurant. And again, thank you everyone for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Can I just add one point? I just want to let you know, because if, a vacant roadway shed is, I can imagine, terrible. Manan doesn't have possession of the space yet. I don't think he's getting it until next week. So whatever is left over there, he hasn't been able to do anything. But I think my understanding is, Manan, that you are going to take that down.
100%, yes.
You do a roadway shed down the road, you're going to come back for it, you're going to redesign. So I would suggest that you get that down and remove that as soon as possible.
I mean, if they don't do it, I'll do it myself. That shed will be gone. And whenever I do it, I promise something will be very beautiful. Nothing
very good. Thank you. Okay, do I hear a resolution? So we have a motion, which is motion.
Wait a minute. Are we excluding all outdoor seating or not? And if we're excluding it, has the applicant agreed?
Yeah.
I have to leave that to Manan. So Manan, they are asking you to not include any outdoor seating. That includes sidewalk seating, and they're asking you to come back whenever DOT issues the regulations, whether it's fall, winter, spring, or summer of next year. I made my pitch, but I don't know that I convinced anybody.
To be quite honest, I wouldn't mind agreeing to just the sidewalk seating because the people that actually showed up from the community seemed.
Yeah,
okay with
except
that.
I have seen the distances, and I don't know that it's going to fly under the new rules.
The other,
I'm not sure, and I don't think we can really think.
I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't
can
know.
we do that? I'm sorry, can we for one applicant? We can't, I don't think we can do that.
telling
We can't.
at 2 meetings now, we can't approve it.
We can. This is our. This is
I mean,
our
even if
position.
we'd like to, I don't think we can, we have to be consistent.
So,
Oh, the only thing I would add to push that is someone, I think it was Michael said that for 20 years, there's been sidewalk seating there, so.
that
Yeah.
is not.
That is-
long time.
Yeah. But we
It's
have.
beyond our control and it's now, in the hands of
not
of
approving our
city
position.
officials that are way higher than we are, unfortunately.
Thank you,
So,
Carrie.
so the motion would be to, remove any outdoor sitting from the license and, limit do a sound report and do the vestibule,
Okay.
18 inches.
I got it.
And did someone want live music limited to a certain number of performers?
Didn't talk.
No, we didn't go there.
Someone mentioned that.
You had mentioned it in connection with the prior application, so I just put it out there. I didn't know if you wanted some limitation.
Well, you
Yeah.
can limit it.
What are the hours for the music?
It's all,
The live music would be Saturday, Sunday, 12:30 to 3:30.
if we have that, I'm okay.
Fine.
I think it's fine.
Thank you.
All right,
All those in favor?
all in favor? That's.
Carrie?
You guys?
Mike? Okay, opposed, present not eligible, abstain. Okay. 13. Item 13, 160, 8th Avenue. Wait,
No.
why don't we just, no, I'm sorry. That was
Well,
fine.
455.
Right there, I gotta turn the page. 13, 455 West 37th Street.
Which is perfectly fine.
I'm right here.
Hi.
Hi. So this is gonna be another
You,
Freedman's Loaf.
That's you.
Huh?
That's you, you've been here all night.
I have been here all night and we're literally gonna take maybe less than 2 minutes. This is gonna be another Freedman's location, closing at 10 o'clock at night, 7 days a week. There is no outdoor area. Occupancy is at 100. Indoor tables and chairs, 25 tables, 66 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 4 seats.
Okay, any questions, comments, Candace?
I would just ask for maybe more hours. There's not a lot of food options in that area. If you could just stay open maybe another hour.
I mean, you can put it to midnight if you like, but they generally close early.
They want.
Yeah, no, okay. I mean, just not a lot of food options in that area.
The first time.
Well, you could.
Well, you can do it.
11 and still close at 10, but you have the option if you notice there are tons of people standing
You know what?
outside.
Let's do the option 12 midnight, 7 days.
Oh, now she wants midnight.
No, I'm just, they're not going to be open until midnight.
Either one, yeah. There's nothing there in that area, so it'd be nice to have some kind of food.
It's good.
No, I understand, which is why they chose that area, and they have a bunch of Freeman locations as it is.
Might have lots of people out there at midnight.
Yes.
Okay, it's midnight.
Okay.
Okay.
And you imagine that.
Is there anybody from the neighborhood?
Yes, do we have anybody? Nellie, from the community?
No, there's no one.
Okay.
Make a motion.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, I knew this one.
Opposed, present not eligible, Carrie and Mike, you had your hand up, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm a yay.
Okay, item number 14.
Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you. Item 14, 505, 507 West 23rd Street, I know this is.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Katrina McNamee, owner of SDFL LLC, member. We are seeking approval for a on-premise liquor license at 505 West 23rd Street, formally licensed location.
Formally licensed
To someone else.
Oh, yeah. That was, yeah, that's not the name of what, yeah, right, we had the same reaction. Questions, comments?
Well, to
You may have heard, would you agree to remove the outdoor seating from this application until we know what the rules are?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to. I wasn't aware of the injunction until tonight, so it's unfortunate news, but I don't have the choice.
You have applied for, you did not apply already for outdoor seating.
No, we didn't yet either. Yeah.
So we're not making this up. You can't apply now. And if you look on the DOT website, it'll say that applications until there are permanent rules.
Okay, all right. Yep, that's.
Any questions from, and when do you intend to be opening?
When do we plan to open? We're still finalizing the lease, and then it'll probably be 3 months because of construction. So
Have you considered karaoke?
Okay, thank you for holding out until past 11.
Thank you.
I think we just saw past that, didn't I?
I make a motion to approve.
Anyone from the public?
There's no one from the public.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, I think we passed it.
We passed it.
We passed it.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have a date. Someone in that karaoke. Interesting one.